Sometimes the mind notices something before you do. A shift in the room, a silence that feels wrong. You tell yourself it's nothing because that's easier. The people in tonight's stories did the same, until they couldn't anymore. I'm Lurk. Leave a like, subscribe, and let's begin. The scariest thing I ever saw happened when I was 16 years old, and even though years have passed since then, the memory of that morning is still incredibly clear in my mind. It wasn't some dream or some weird ghost story that you tell for entertainment. It was something that happened in the real world, inside my own house, when everything should have been safe and normal. That's what made it so unsettling. Even now, whenever I think about it, I can still feel that sudden rush of fear and the way my heart started pounding the moment I realized what was happening. At the time, it was the start of a weekend I had been looking forward to for a long time. A few of my friends and I had planned a road trip together, and for a group of teenagers that felt like a huge adventure. We had talked about it for weeks beforehand. We had picked a few stops we wanted to see along the way, and we were all excited about getting out of town for a couple of days. Because one of our stops was pretty far away, we had all agreed that leaving very early in the morning would be the best idea. That way we could make good time on the road and avoid arriving somewhere late at night. Because of that plan, I set my alarm for extremely early in the morning. I remember thinking it would be miserable to wake up that early, but at the same time, the excitement of the trip made it easier. When the alarm went off, it was around 4:30 in the morning, maybe a little closer to 5. The world outside was still completely dark. It was that quiet kind of darkness where it doesn't even feel like morning yet. The sky hadn't started getting lighter, and the entire neighborhood was still asleep. I sat up slowly in bed, stretching a little and trying to shake the tiredness out of my head. My room was dim, lit only by the faint glow of the streetlight outside my window. For a moment I just sat there, waking up fully and reminding myself that the road trip was actually happening that day. I got out of bed and walked over to the window. I remember pulling the curtain back slightly and looking outside. The street was empty, the air looked still, and everything seemed completely normal. Nothing moved, no cars drove past. It was just that quiet, peaceful early morning stillness that you only notice when you're awake before everyone else. After a moment, I stepped away from the window. I figured I'd head downstairs and grab something quick to eat before my friends arrived to pick me up. I opened my bedroom door and stepped into the hallway, moving quietly so I wouldn't wake anyone up. As I walked down the stairs, the house felt calm and silent. My parents were still asleep, and at that hour, everything inside the house felt peaceful. The stairs creaked slightly under my feet, the way they always did, but nothing about the moment seemed strange. At least, not at first. When I reached the bottom of the staircase and stepped into the main area of the house, something immediately caught my attention. The floor looked wet. At first, it didn't really register as something serious. I assumed someone had spilled water or maybe something had leaked overnight. It wasn't unusual for a small mess to appear in the kitchen or hallway every now and then. But when I looked closer, I realized something that instantly made my stomach tighten. The wet spots weren't random, they were footprints, bare footprints. They were spread across the floor in different directions, leading through the hallway and into the living room. The marks were clear enough that I could see the shape of toes and heels. Someone had walked through the house with wet feet. I stood there for a moment just staring at them, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My brain immediately started trying to come up with explanations. Maybe my dad had woken up early and gone outside for some reason. Maybe he had stepped into something wet and walked back through the house. But something about the footprints felt wrong. They were everywhere. Some of them crossed the hallway. Some went through the living room. Some turned toward other parts of the house. It looked like someone had been wandering around inside for a while. The longer I stared at them, the stranger the situation felt. And then I heard movement. It happened so suddenly that I didn't even have time to react properly. Out of nowhere, a huge man suddenly ran past me. I mean, huge. This guy was massive. He had to be around 6'7", maybe even taller. At the time, I was already pretty tall myself for a teenager, around 6'1", so I was used to noticing when someone was bigger than me. But this guy towered over me. He moved incredibly fast. One moment the house was silent, and the next moment this giant figure came rushing through the hallway and straight past me. It happened so quickly that I barely had time to understand what I was seeing. He ran past me without saying a single word and bolted straight out the front door. The entire moment lasted maybe 2 seconds. I didn't get a clear look at his face. All I really remember was the sheer size of him and the speed at which he moved. For a split second, my brain just froze. Then the fear hit all at once. My heart started pounding like crazy. The realization that someone had been inside the house, while everyone was asleep, hit me like a wave. A complete stranger had been walking around our house in the dark. I didn't think about chasing him. I didn't think about confronting him. All I wanted to do was get as far away from that situation as possible. So I ran. I sprinted back up the stairs faster than I ever had before. I practically jumped multiple steps at a time, racing toward my parents' bedroom. When I reached my dad's room, I burst inside and woke him up immediately. I was talking so fast it was probably hard to understand what I was saying. I was trying to explain that someone had been inside the house and that he had just run out the front door. At first, my dad was confused because he had just been woken up from deep sleep. But once he saw how serious I was, he got up right away and followed me downstairs. When we reached the bottom of the stairs again, the house was quiet. The front door was open. The wet footprints were still clearly visible across the floor, but the man was gone. My dad quickly checked the entire house, going through every room to make sure no one else was inside. We looked everywhere. Whoever that guy was, he had already escaped. We expected to discover that things had been stolen, but surprisingly, that wasn't the case. Nothing valuable was missing, but things had definitely been disturbed. Some drawers had been opened. A few items were out of place. It looked like someone had been searching through parts of the house. Whatever he had been looking for, he apparently didn't find it. That morning stuck with me for a long time. People often think of scary stories as ghosts or supernatural events. But honestly, sometimes the most terrifying experiences are the ones that happen in real life. And seeing a giant stranger sprint past you inside your own house before sunrise is something you never really forget. When I was younger, my cousins used to take me with them to the skate park late at night. I was the youngest one in the group, and they were all older, louder, and a lot more confident than I was. To me, those nights felt like little adventures. The skate park was usually empty after dark, just concrete ramps, metal rails, and the sound of wheels echoing in the quiet. The park sat in a low area, and up on a small hill behind it was a public restroom building. It was old, made of concrete, and always felt out of place, like it didn't belong anywhere people were supposed to have fun. That night didn't feel any different at first. The air was cool, the sky was dark, and the park lights cast long shadows across the ground. My cousins were skating, laughing, and messing around like they always did. I remember standing off to the side, watching them, trying to act older than I was. After a while, I realized I really needed to use the bathroom. I didn't want to say anything at first, because I hated walking up there alone, but eventually I had no choice. The restroom was a short walk uphill, but it felt longer every time. There were no lights along the path, just the faint glow from the park below. The building itself always gave me a bad feeling. It was one of those restrooms where the lights don't turn on right away. You step inside, and for a few seconds, everything stays dark until the motion sensor kicks in. I remember pushing the door open and being swallowed by darkness for a moment. The smell hit me immediately, strong and sour, the kind of smell that tells you a place hasn't been cleaned in a long time. As my eyes adjusted, and before the lights fully came on, I could see the floor near the stalls. There were dark brown stains smeared across the concrete. They looked old and dried, like they had been there for a while. At the time, my brain didn't jump to anything extreme. There were a lot of homeless people who passed through the area, and the restroom was known for being gross. I remember thinking it was just human waste, something disgusting but not surprising. I felt annoyed more than scared, telling myself it was nasty but that I just needed to hurry and get it over with. The lights finally flickered on, buzzing softly overhead. The room looked even worse in full light. The stalls were scratched up, the walls covered in old graffiti, and the floor looked like it hadn't been washed in years. I walked toward the stalls, trying not to look too closely at anything. I chose the last stall, the one farthest from the door, because that was my habit. I thought it might be a little cleaner, or at least more private. When I opened the stall door, I noticed a grocery bag sitting on the floor near the toilet. It was one of those thin plastic bags you get from a corner store. Something inside it was round, stretching the plastic slightly. Again, my mind went to the same explanation. I assumed it was trash, maybe someone's belongings or something gross left behind. I felt irritated more than anything. I remember muttering to myself, annoyed that people could be so careless and disgusting. Without really thinking, I nudged the bag with my foot. It shifted slightly. Curiosity got the better of me, and I leaned down and tilted it a little, just enough to see inside. The top of the bag opened, and for a split second, my brain couldn't understand what I was looking at. There was something pale and dark at the same time, something wet-looking. Then it clicked. It was a human head. I could see hair matted with blood. The skin looked wrong, grayish and lifeless. There were dark red stains soaked into the plastic. I didn't even fully process the face. My mind refused to accept it, but my body reacted instantly. A wave of fear hit me so hard, it felt like my chest collapsed inward. My stomach dropped, my vision blurred, and I felt like the room was spinning. I screamed, but I don't remember hearing my own voice. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet as I tried to get away. I slammed into the stall door, nearly falling, then somehow turned and ran. I didn't bother closing the restroom door behind me. I sprinted downhill toward the skate park, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. Every shadow felt like it was chasing me. I was convinced something was right behind me, even though I didn't hear anything. When I reached my cousin's, I was completely hysterical. I was yelling, crying, trying to explain what I had seen, but the words came out jumbled and panicked. At first, they didn't take me seriously. They laughed and rolled their eyes, thinking I was messing with them or overreacting. They had a habit of pranking me, and I had a habit of falling for it, so they assumed this was just another moment of me being scared over nothing. I got angry then, more angry than I had ever been at them. I told them it wasn't funny and that they needed to stop messing with me. I pointed up the hill toward the restroom, telling them exactly where it was, exactly what I saw. That's when their expressions started to change. They could tell I wasn't joking. I was shaking, barely able to stand still. The oldest cousin finally said he would go check it out. He told the others to stay with me and started walking up the hill. I watched him go, feeling sick to my stomach. Part of me hoped he would come back laughing, telling me it was fake, that it was just a stupid prank or something I misunderstood. Another part of me knew deep down that what I saw was real. The minutes felt like hours. I couldn't stop looking up the hill, waiting for him to come back. When he finally did, something was wrong. He didn't say anything. He didn't laugh or joke. His face was pale and his eyes looked distant, like he was trying not to think about what he had just seen. He didn't explain. He just told us it was time to leave. We didn't argue. We didn't ask questions. We packed up, and left the park in silence. The walk home felt heavier than anything I had ever experienced. No one joked, no one teased me. The night felt colder, darker. I kept replaying the image in my head, trying to convince myself it wasn't real, but the fear wouldn't let go. When we got home, we didn't talk about it. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the bag, the blood, the shape of the head inside. I kept thinking about how close I came to touching it, how easily I could have reached in without looking. The thought made me feel sick. A few days later, we heard what had happened. A man in the nearby valley had killed someone, dismembered the body, and dumped parts of it in different places. The head had been left in that park restroom. When I heard that, everything became real in a way it hadn't been before. It wasn't just a nightmare or a scary memory anymore. It was part of something real, something violent and cruel. Even now, years later, that memory hasn't faded. I can still remember the smell of the restroom, the way the lights buzzed when they turned on, the feeling in my chest when I realized what I was looking at. Public restrooms still make me uneasy, especially ones that are old or poorly lit. I always think twice before going into places like that alone. That night changed something in me. It was the moment I realized how close real horror can be, how it can exist in places you think are harmless. A skate park, a public restroom, a normal night with family. It showed me that evil doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it's just sitting there, hidden in a plastic bag, waiting for someone unlucky enough to look inside. In Alaska in the 80s, there was a guy called the Butcher Baker after he was caught, because he owned a bakery and did some questionable things. On the surface, he looked like the kind of person no one would ever suspect. He was relatively well off, successful by local standards, and lived the kind of life that, in Alaska especially, carried a certain rugged appeal. He owned his own cabin deep in the Alaskan wilderness, and even had a small plane, which in that part of the world wasn't just a luxury, but a symbol of independence, freedom, and status. To a lot of people, he probably looked like someone who had it all figured out. A business owner, a man with money, someone who knew how to survive in one of the harshest environments on Earth. Alaska in the 1980s was still a place where people could reinvent themselves, where distance and isolation created a sense that you could leave your past behind. That kind of environment attracts all kinds of people, including those who want to disappear into the margins of society. He used that image carefully. He would spend time in Fairbanks and Anchorage, places where people gathered, where young women worked, socialized, and looked for a bit of excitement in a place that could otherwise feel isolating. He didn't come across as a creep right away. He was charming enough, confident, and knew exactly what to say. He offered something that sounded like an adventure, a flight over the Alaskan wilderness, a weekend getaway at a private cabin, nature, freedom, something different from the routine of everyday life. For some, that probably sounded incredible. Flying over endless forests, mountains, and snow-covered land. Staying at a remote cabin with someone who seemed experienced and capable. In a place like Alaska, that kind of offer didn't automatically raise alarms the way it might somewhere else. People trusted each other more, or at least they wanted to believe they could. But once he had them isolated, everything changed. He would take these women to his cabin and keep them hostage, cut off from the outside world. No easy way to escape. No one nearby to hear them scream or see what was happening. The wilderness itself became a cage. What he did to them there was horrific enough, but the worst part came later. Eventually, he would release them into the Alaskan forest, not to let them go, but to hunt them. He treated it like a twisted game, something straight out of the most dangerous game. He would give them a head start, knowing full well that the terrain, The cold, the vastness of the land, and their fear would work against them. The Alaskan wilderness is unforgiving even to people who know what they're doing. For someone dropped into it without supplies, without a clear sense of direction, and under extreme stress, it becomes a death sentence. He knew the land. He knew how to track. He knew how to wait. And for a long time, he got away with it. People went missing, but in Alaska, disappearances weren't unheard of. Planes crashed. People got lost. Accidents happened. The wilderness swallowed people whole, and sometimes there was no clear answer as to what had gone wrong. That uncertainty created cover for someone like him. The idea that a man was deliberately flying women out and hunting them sounded too extreme, too monstrous for most people to accept right away. What makes this story even more unsettling is how close it came to touching someone my family knew. My mom's friend was apparently approached by this man. He offered her the same thing he offered others: a flight, a weekend at his cabin, an escape from routine. On paper, it might have sounded tempting, or at least interesting, but something about him didn't feel right to her. Maybe it was his tone. Maybe it was the way he looked at her. Maybe it was just a gut feeling she couldn't explain. She politely declined. He didn't take that well. He became rudely insistent, pushing the offer, even after she said no. His demeanor shifted, becoming almost aggressive, like he couldn't stand being refused. That moment, in hindsight, is terrifying. It's often in those small reactions that the truth slips through. The inability to accept rejection, the entitlement, the sense that he believed he was owed something. She stood her ground. She said no, again. She walked away. Less than a year later, he was caught. When the news broke, when his face was shown on television and in newspapers, when the details of what he had been doing started to come out, she recognized him immediately. The man who had pressured her, the man who had insisted she come with him, the man who had reacted with anger when she refused. Realizing how close she had come must have been horrifying. Knowing that a single different choice, a moment of politeness, a decision to not offend someone, could have put her on that plane and into the wilderness, is the kind of realization that stays with you forever. It makes the world feel suddenly unstable, like safety is held together by instinct and luck rather than certainty. What's especially chilling is how ordinary the initial interaction was. There was no dramatic threat, no obvious danger, just a conversation, an offer, a man who seemed confident and successful. That's how predators like this operate. They don't announce themselves, they don't look like monsters. They rely on trust, curiosity, and social pressure. They rely on the fact that many people are taught to be polite, to not make a scene, to give others the benefit of the doubt. Alaska amplified that danger, the isolation, the vast distances, the idea that if something went wrong, help was far away. All of it worked in his favor. The wilderness wasn't just a backdrop, it was part of the crime, a tool, a weapon. When people talk about this case now, it often feels unreal, like something that belongs in fiction rather than real life. But it happened. Real people suffered. Real lives were ended in fear and pain, far from anyone who could help them. And the most unsettling part is how close it came to happening again and again. My mom's friend trusted her instincts. She listened to that quiet voice telling her something wasn't right. She didn't worry about being rude. She didn't worry about hurting his feelings. She walked away. That decision likely saved her life. Others weren't so lucky. Stories like this are terrifying not just because of the violence, but because of how easily it could have happened to almost anyone. A casual conversation, an invitation, a moment where saying yes feels easier than saying no. It's a reminder that danger doesn't always look dangerous at first. Sometimes it looks like opportunity. Sometimes it looks like adventure. Sometimes it looks like a friendly man with a plane and a cabin. The fact that he was caught doesn't erase what he did. It doesn't undo the suffering. But it does leave behind a warning that still matters. Trust your instincts. Pay attention to how people react when you say no. Understand that politeness should never come at the cost of your safety. Even now, decades later, this story is still deeply unsettling. Not because it's mysterious or supernatural, but because it's painfully real. It shows how thin the line can be between a normal interaction and something unimaginable. One decision, one moment, one refusal that makes all the difference. Scary stuff in the most real and uncomfortable way possible. She finished her shift late that night, just like she had done so many times before. Working at a local Little Caesars wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills. By the time she clocked out, it was around 11 p.m. The store was quiet, the usual rush long gone, and the air outside felt heavier than it had earlier in the evening. She was tired, ready to go home, ready to be done with the day. Nothing about that moment should have been dangerous. It was routine. It was normal. She didn't have a car, so she called a cab, something she had done plenty of times before. When it arrived, she got in without hesitation, gave the driver her address, and leaned back, expecting the familiar ride home. At first, everything seemed fine. The car pulled away, the city lights passed by the windows, and the sound of traffic filled the silence. But after a few minutes, something started to feel off. It wasn't one specific thing at first. It was a feeling, the kind you can't immediately explain. The streets didn't look familiar. Turns that shouldn't have been happening were happening. The route felt wrong. She checked her phone, trying to stay calm, telling herself she might just be overthinking it. Maybe the driver knew a faster way. Maybe there was construction. Maybe she was just tired and anxious after a long shift. But the feeling didn't go away. It got stronger. She looked up, paying closer attention now. The car was heading in the opposite direction of her home. She recognized enough landmarks to know that for sure. Her heart started to race. She asked the driver about it, trying to keep her voice steady. But whatever response she got didn't reassure her. The fear that had been quietly building suddenly took shape in her chest. She realized she might be in real danger. Her hands shook as she unlocked her phone. She didn't call her family right away. Instead, she messaged a coworker, someone she trusted, someone she thought would take her seriously. Her message was short and desperate. She said she was being kidnapped. She told him to call the police. In that moment, she was reaching out for help in the only way she could. She was hoping for urgency, for concern, for action. She was hoping someone would step in and do something before it was too late. The response she got was devastating. "I can't help you, baby. I am not home yet." Those words landed like a punch. Not only did he not take immediate action, but the tone was casual, dismissive, almost annoyed. There was no panic, no promise to call the police, no questions about where she was or what was happening, just an excuse. She stopped replying. It's impossible to know exactly what she was feeling in those moments, but it's not hard to imagine. Fear, confusion, disbelief. She had done the right thing. She had asked for help. And the person she reached out to failed her completely. After she went silent, he sent more messages. "Baby, are you there? You want me to come for you?" By then, it may have already been too late. Those messages came after the window for real help had closed. They came without urgency, without understanding the seriousness of what she had said. It's chilling to think about how alone she must have felt, sitting in that car, realizing that the one person she reached out to wasn't actually helping at all. What makes this even harder to accept is what didn't happen next. He didn't immediately contact her family. He didn't go to the police. He didn't raise an alarm. Days passed, then weeks, and still he said nothing. Her family had no idea where she was. They waited for her to come home. They waited for a call or a message. At first, they probably assumed something simple had happened. A phone died. Plans changed. Maybe she stayed with a friend. But as time passed, worry set in. Concern turned into fear. Fear turned into desperation. Somewhere during that time, the truth existed, sitting with someone who chose not to share it. Weeks later, when her family finally learned what she had said that night, it was too late to change anything. The damage was already done. The time that could have been used to search, to investigate, to possibly save her was gone. The only physical evidence that has been found so far is her braces, discovered on the side of the road. That detail alone is haunting. Braces are personal. They're not something you can easily lose without noticing. Finding them separated from everything else suggests violence, suggests struggle, suggests something terrible happened. It's a small object, but it carries enormous weight. It's a reminder that she was there, that something happened to her, and that she didn't just disappear on her own. For her family, that discovery must have been unbearable. On one hand, it was proof that she hadn't simply run away. On the other, it confirmed their worst fears. It was evidence without answers, a clue that raised more questions than it solved. What happened after she stopped replying? Where was she taken? Why didn't anyone act sooner? These questions don't fade with time. They get heavier. What makes this story especially painful is how preventable it feels. If the message had been taken seriously, if the police had been called immediately, if her family had been told right away, even small actions taken quickly can make a difference in situations like this. Time matters, minutes matter, and here time was wasted. There is also a deep sense of betrayal woven into this story. She trusted someone enough to tell them she was in danger. She used clear words. She didn't hint or joke. She said she was being kidnapped. That should have triggered immediate action. Instead, it was brushed aside. The casual language of the replies makes it even worse. It shows a complete lack of understanding, empathy, and urgency. It shows how easily someone can fail another person at the exact moment they need help the most. For people hearing this story, it forces uncomfortable reflection. What would you do if someone sent you that message? Would you hesitate? Would you assume they were exaggerating? Would you wait to see if they replied again? Or would you act immediately, even if you weren't sure? This case is a brutal reminder that it's always better to take such messages seriously. Even if there's a chance it's a misunderstanding, the risk of doing nothing is far greater. You can always explain a false alarm. You can't undo silence. Her disappearance also highlights how vulnerable people can be in everyday situations. Leaving work late, taking a cab, trusting that normal routines are safe. Most of the time, they are. But when they aren't, the consequences can be catastrophic. The fact that only her braces have been found makes the story feel unfinished, like a sentence cut off mid-word. There is no closure, no clear ending, just absence. Her family is left with memories, unanswered questions, and the knowledge that she tried to get help, that she reached out, that she did what she was supposed to do, and that the system of people around her failed. This isn't just a story about a crime. It's a story about responsibility, about how our responses to others matter more than we realize, about how dismissive words can echo long after they're sent, about how silence can be just as harmful as action. Somewhere along that road, a young woman lost her life, her future, and her chance to come home. And all that remains, for now, is a small piece of evidence and a series of messages that show how close help might have been, and how quickly it slipped away. Stories like this stay with people because they feel real. They feel possible. They force us to confront the idea that danger doesn't always look dramatic or obvious. Sometimes it starts with a late shift, a cab ride, and a text message that wasn't taken seriously enough. And that's what makes it so disturbing. Not just what happened to her, but how easily it was allowed to happen. Honestly, what would you have done if someone texted you, "I'm being kidnapped"? Would you call 911 immediately, or would you hesitate? Drop your honest answer below, because I genuinely want to know how you'd react in that moment. When I was younger, I used to spend a lot of time at my friend Grady's house. He lived on a street really close to mine, close enough that we could walk back and forth without thinking much about it. We had known each other for a long time, and staying over at each other's houses was normal for us. Nothing about that night felt strange at first. It was supposed to be one of those simple, boring sleepovers, where you stay up too late, talk about random stuff, and then pass out wherever you happen to be. That evening, we were already at Grady's house, getting ready to sleep, when I realized I had forgotten some of my things at home. It was around 10:30 at night. His parents weren't home, which wasn't unusual, and his house felt quiet and empty in the way houses do when adults aren't around. We decided it would be easier to just walk over to my place, grab my stuff, and come back. The walk itself was completely normal. The streetlights were on, the neighborhood was quiet, and nothing felt off. We were talking and joking the whole way. I grabbed my things from my house, and we headed back to Grady's place. Again, nothing strange happened on the walk back. It felt like any other night. When we got to his house, we unlocked the door and walked inside. The house was dark except for a few lights, and it had that quiet, empty feeling again. We went straight to the room where we planned to sleep. It was basically a spare room, not very big, with a couch in it where one of us usually slept. As soon as we walked in, we both stopped at the same time. Sitting on the couch was a red Elmo doll. It was placed upright, like someone had set it there on purpose. The thing that immediately stood out was that the doll had not been there earlier. We were both sure of that. We had been in that room before we left to go to my house, and the couch had been empty. At first, we just stared at it. Neither of us said anything for a few seconds. It didn't feel scary right away. It felt confusing. Elmo is a kid's toy, something bright and cheerful, and seeing it there didn't make sense. Grady joked that maybe his brother was messing with us. That explanation made sense at first, because his brother liked to pull pranks sometimes. But then we remembered that his brother wasn't home. He hadn't been there all evening. That's when the confusion started turning into something else. We started asking each other questions. When did it get there? Who could have put it there? We walked around the room, checking the corners and looking behind the couch, half expecting his brother to jump out laughing. Nothing happened. The house was completely silent. The more we thought about it, the less funny it felt. The doll wasn't just tossed on the couch. It looked placed. That detail stuck with me. Someone had taken the time to put it there, sitting upright, facing the room. We didn't hear anyone come in or leave. The doors had been locked when we arrived. The house was supposed to be empty. That's when we started panicking. Not full-on screaming panic, but that nervous energy where your heart starts beating faster and your thoughts won't slow down. We suddenly didn't want to be in that house anymore. Without really talking it through, we both decided to leave. We ran out of the room, out of the house, and straight back toward my place. When we got to my house, I woke my dad up and told him what happened. I probably didn't explain it very well. I was talking fast, jumping from one detail to another, trying to make him understand why we were scared. To his credit, he took it seriously. He didn't laugh or brush it off. He grabbed his pistol and I grabbed a BB gun. Looking back, it sounds ridiculous, but at the time, it made me feel a little safer. The three of us walked back to Grady's house together. Having my dad there changed the feeling a bit. I felt less scared, but still tense. The house looked normal from the outside. No broken windows that we could see at first. No signs that anyone had been there. We went inside and started searching the house. We checked every room. Closets, bathrooms, the kitchen, the garage. We looked under beds and behind doors. Everything looked normal. There was no sign of anyone hiding. The Elmo doll was still there on the couch, exactly where we had seen it before. That somehow made it worse. It hadn't moved. It was just sitting there, like it belonged. Right when we were about to give up and assume it was nothing, we noticed something strange. One of the windows was open. It wasn't wide open, but it was definitely not closed. None of us could remember if it had been open before. My dad checked it and looked outside, but there was nothing there. No footprints, no noise, nothing obvious. In the end, we convinced ourselves it was probably nothing. Maybe someone forgot to close the window earlier. Maybe the doll had been there the whole time and we just didn't notice it before. That explanation didn't fully sit right with me, but it was easier than thinking about the alternatives. My dad left and Grady and I stayed the night. We didn't sleep very well. Every little sound made us sit up and listen. The house felt different after that, like it wasn't as safe as it used to feel. The Elmo doll stayed in the room, but we moved it out of sight. Even then, I kept thinking about it. I kept wondering who could have put it there and why. The next morning, I went home, and life went back to normal. School, chores, regular stuff. The whole thing started to feel like a weird story we would laugh about later. I told myself it really was just a prank or a misunderstanding. A few days later, I was in my garage at home, looking for something. As I turned around, my stomach dropped. Sitting there, among our stuff, was the same red Elmo doll. I knew it was the same one. I can't explain how I knew, but I was sure of it. Seeing it there didn't feel funny at all. It felt wrong. I stood there staring at it, trying to make sense of how it could have gotten there. No one in my family owned an Elmo doll. No one had mentioned bringing one home. I didn't tell anyone right away. Part of me was afraid of sounding crazy. Another part of me didn't want to know the answer. To this day, I still don't know how that doll moved from Grady's house to my garage. I don't know who put it there or why. It wasn't violent. Nothing bad actually happened. But that's what makes it unsettling in a quiet way. There was no explanation that ever fully made sense. Sometimes the scariest things aren't loud or dramatic. Sometimes they're just small, confusing moments that don't fit into the world the way they're supposed to. A toy where it doesn't belong. An open window with no answers. A feeling that someone was there when they shouldn't have been. Even now, when I think about that night, I still get that same uneasy feeling, like there's a piece of the story I'll never understand. I live in a quiet mountain town in Colorado, the kind of place people imagine as peaceful and untouched, where the nights are dark enough to see every star and the mornings are so quiet you can hear snow falling off tree branches. It's the kind of place where people mind their own business, where you get used to being alone, and where the wilderness isn't something you visit on weekends. It's something you live inside of every day. Hunting is just part of life here. I hunt deer regularly, usually every few weeks when the season allows. I don't go far by most people's standards, maybe a mile or two into the woods from my house, but out here that's more than enough to be completely isolated. Once you're past the tree line and the last sign of a trail disappears, you're on your own. No cell service, no quick help. Just you, the forest, and whatever else happens to be out there. Because of that, I don't go in unprepared. I always carry at least one high-caliber handgun, sometimes two depending on the day, and I bring my .308 hunting rifle with me. People who don't live out here might think that's excessive, but it isn't. There are mountain lions, bears, moose, and sometimes people who don't want to be found. When you're miles from help, you don't get second chances. There's also something else about my hunts that most people wouldn't believe if I told them. Over time, I've formed a strange sort of relationship with a wild wolf. I know how that sounds. I know it sounds stupid or dangerous or like something out of a movie. I'm fully aware that at any moment that animal could decide I'm no longer useful or familiar and turn on me. I don't pretend otherwise. But somehow, over time, it's learned that I'm not a threat. And I've learned how to read its behavior well enough to know when to keep my distance. It doesn't follow me closely. It doesn't act like a dog. It keeps its space. But it has helped me track deer more than once, and its presence alone keeps other predators away. I don't trust it completely, and I never will, but out there it's almost like having another set of eyes that belong to the woods themselves. The day this happened was deep winter, real winter, not the kind people imagine when they think of snow falling gently in a postcard scene. This was brutal cold, the kind that burns your lungs when you breathe, the kind that makes metal sting your skin if you touch it without gloves. It was around -10 degrees Fahrenheit, and there was a solid foot of snow on the ground, maybe more in some places where the wind had piled it up. I was dressed for it. Heavy winter coat, fleece-lined jeans, thick snow boots rated for extreme cold, a knit cap pulled down low, scarf wrapped tight around my face, and snow goggles to keep the wind from tearing my eyes apart. Even with all that, the cold still found its way in. It always does. I had been moving slowly, watching for tracks, listening to the quiet, snow-absorbed sound in a way that makes everything feel unreal, like the world is holding its breath. The wolf was somewhere ahead of me, not visible, but I could sense it the way you learn to sense things when you spend enough time alone out there. That's when I saw him. At first, it was just a shape in the distance, maybe 3 miles out. That alone wasn't unusual. This area is a popular hunting and fishing spot, even in winter. I see other hunters sometimes, and occasionally fishermen if the conditions allow it. Most people stick closer to the roads, but some go deeper, especially locals who know the land. But something about this figure was wrong immediately. He stood out in a way I can't fully explain, like a white circle painted on a red background, like something that didn't belong in the picture no matter how hard you tried to justify it. He wasn't wearing shoes, no boots, no socks, just bare feet in deep snow. He was wearing a green t-shirt and cargo shorts. That was it. No coat, no gloves, no hat, no visible gear. Nothing that made sense for where he was or the conditions he was in. In that kind of cold, exposed skin doesn't just get uncomfortable, it gets damaged fast. Frostbite doesn't take hours, it takes minutes. I stopped moving and just watched him. He was far enough away that I couldn't see details clearly with the naked eye, but even from that distance, I knew something was deeply wrong. He wasn't shivering. He wasn't moving like someone trying to stay warm. He walked calmly, steadily, like the temperature didn't exist. I raised my rifle, not because I felt threatened yet, but because I wanted a better look. I hadn't loaded the .308. The chamber was empty. This was just to use the scope to see what I was dealing with. When I looked through the scope, my stomach tightened. His skin didn't look right. It wasn't the color that bothered me. It was the texture. It looked smooth, in a way skin shouldn't look. Not shiny exactly, but flat, like plastic or rubber stretched over a frame. There were no visible blemishes, no redness from the cold, no signs of exposure at all. I remember thinking maybe it was just the distance, the light, the way the snow reflected everything. I tried to rationalize it. The brain always does that first. It looks for the least frightening explanation. I lowered the rifle for a moment and glanced toward where I knew the wolf should be. That's when I heard movement in the snow behind me. My first thought was deer. My second thought was another hunter. Footsteps sound different in snow, but in that moment, my brain was already overloaded and I didn't analyze it properly. I turned slowly, already tense, already gripping my rifle tighter. It was him, not 3 miles away, not half a mile away, right there, close enough that I could see him clearly without the scope. I don't know how he moved that fast. I don't know how I didn't hear him sooner. Snow that deep should have slowed anyone down. It should have made noise, but he was just there, standing among the trees like he had always been part of them. Up close, there was no mistaking it. He didn't have a face, not in the way people understand faces. There were no eyes, no nose, no mouth, no features at all. Just a smooth, blank surface where a face should have been, slightly curved, slightly uneven, like it was trying to approximate the shape of a human head without understanding what made it human. And somehow, impossibly, he was looking right at me. I know that doesn't make sense. I know you can't look without eyes, but that's the only way to describe it. I felt his attention lock onto me in a way that was immediate and overwhelming. It wasn't curiosity, it wasn't confusion, it was awareness. He knew I was there. He knew I had been watching him. Every instinct in my body screamed at once. My hands went cold in a way that had nothing to do with the weather. Time felt thick, stretched out, like I was moving through syrup. I remember thinking about my rifle, about the fact that it wasn't loaded, about how stupid that suddenly felt. I remember thinking about the wolf and realizing I couldn't sense it anymore. My mind tried one last time to force logic into the situation. If this was a person, how was he alive in that cold? How did he move that fast? How did he cross that distance without leaving obvious tracks or making noise? How did he know exactly where I was looking from? None of it added up. Then he moved. He didn't run like a human. There was no panic, no stumbling, no struggle with the snow. He just turned and went into the woods, fast, fluid, disappearing between the trees in seconds. Branches didn't slow him down. Snow didn't trip him up. It was like the terrain didn't apply to him the way it applies to everything else. I didn't chase him. I didn't raise my rifle. I didn't shout. Every survival instinct I had told me one thing, loud and clear: leave now. I turned around and started moving back the way I came, fast but controlled. I didn't run. Running makes noise. Running makes mistakes. I kept my head on a swivel, scanning the trees, listening for any sound that didn't belong. The forest felt different then, heavier, like it was watching me too. Every shadow looked wrong. Every tree trunk felt like it could hide something. The cold didn't matter anymore. Fear burned hotter than the temperature ever could. I don't know if he followed me. I don't know if he watched from a distance. I don't know if the wolf was still there, keeping its distance, or if it had fled long before I noticed anything was wrong. All I know is that I didn't stop moving until I was out of the woods and close enough to my house to see it through the trees. Even then, I didn't relax. I went inside, locked the door, and sat there for a long time without doing anything. I replayed every second in my head, trying to find a normal explanation. A prank, a person in a suit, a hallucination caused by cold or exhaustion. None of those explanations survived more than a few seconds of honest thought. People don't survive that cold dressed like that. People don't move like that. People don't have faces like that. And people don't suddenly appear behind you in deep snow without a sound. I still hunt. I still go into the woods. I still carry my weapons. But I don't go as deep as I used to, and I don't stay as long. The woods haven't felt the same since that day. They feel less like a place I know and more like a place that tolerates me. Sometimes when the wind is right and the snow is fresh, I think about that blank face and the way it somehow saw me. I think about how small I felt, how quickly confidence turned into pure instinct. Whatever that thing was, it didn't belong out there any more than it belonged anywhere else. And the worst part is knowing that if I hadn't looked through that scope, if I hadn't noticed him, he might have noticed me first. That thought alone is enough to make me turn back early every time. One of my childhood friend's mom had a story that stayed with me for years. The kind of story that doesn't jump out at you right away, but slowly sinks in and gets worse the more you think about it. I remember hearing it for the first time as a kid and feeling that deep, crawling discomfort that doesn't come from monsters or ghosts, but from the idea that something real and human was wrong in a way you couldn't easily see. When she was in her early 20s, long before she had kids, she rented a townhouse with a close friend. It wasn't a huge place, but it was bigger than what most people in their situation could afford, which already made it feel a little strange. The layout itself was odd. There was a ground floor, an upstairs, and for some reason, an attic. Not a small crawl space, but a full attic you could actually walk into. Neither of them really understood why a townhouse needed an attic like that, but they didn't question it too much at the time. When they first moved in, they did the usual unpacking and exploring, opening doors, checking closets, getting a feel for the place. Eventually, curiosity led them up into the attic. It wasn't finished or decorated, just a dusty, dim space used for storage. That's where they saw it. Sitting there in the attic was a clown statue, not a small figurine, but something closer to life-sized, big enough to immediately grab your attention. It wasn't colorful or cheerful the way clown decorations are supposed to be. It looked old, worn, and unsettling. The paint was faded in places, the smile too wide, the eyes fixed in a way that felt wrong. It didn't look like a toy. It looked like something meant to be seen from a distance, not up close. They both thought it was creepy, but neither of them thought much beyond that. People leave weird things behind when they move out. Old furniture, decorations, junk they don't want to deal with. The attic wasn't a space they planned to use anyway, so they shrugged it off. They didn't move the statue, they didn't touch it. They just left it where it was and closed the attic door. For the first few months, everything felt normal. They settled into their routines. Work, friends, nights in, nights out. The townhouse became home. The attic faded into the background of their minds, and the clown statue became one of those weird details you forget about unless someone brings it up. Then small things started happening. At first, it was easy to explain away. A door would be open that they were sure they had closed. A cabinet in the kitchen would be slightly ajar. They assumed it was forgetfulness. When you live with someone else, it's easy to blame each other for things like that. Maybe one of them opened it and didn't remember. Maybe it hadn't been fully shut in the first place. Then food started going missing. Not entire meals or anything obvious, just small things. A drink gone from the fridge. A snack missing that one of them was sure they hadn't eaten. Again, they blamed each other. Maybe someone grabbed it late at night and forgot. Maybe they miscounted. It was annoying, but not alarming. Over time, though, the pattern became harder to ignore. Things kept going missing. Doors kept opening. Items were moved just enough to be noticeable. The house started to feel off in a way that's hard to describe. Not loud or dramatic, just wrong. Like the place wasn't as empty as it should have been. They started joking about it being haunted. That's what people do when they don't want to face a more uncomfortable explanation. It was easier to laugh and say the place had a ghost than to seriously consider that something else might be going on. They talked about it with friends. People laughed, told spooky stories, suggested sage, or joked about the clown being cursed. The attic stayed untouched. Neither of them wanted to go back up there. The memory of that clown statue lingered in the back of their minds, but they avoided thinking about it. It was like an unspoken agreement between them. As long as they didn't go up there, they didn't have to deal with it. Eventually, the tension built to a point where they couldn't ignore it anymore. One night, after another argument about missing food and unexplained noises, they decided they needed to check the attic again. Not because they truly believed the clown was responsible, but because it was the one part of the house they had never fully dealt with. They went up together. The attic looked the same at first glance. Dusty, quiet, still. But then they noticed something that made their stomachs drop. The clown statue was in a different position. When they had first seen it, it had been sitting in a certain pose. They were both sure of that. Now it was angled differently. The head was turned slightly. The arms weren't positioned the same way. It wasn't subtle. It was obvious enough that both of them noticed it immediately, without having to say anything. They stood there staring at it, trying to convince themselves they were misremembering. Maybe they hadn't paid close attention before. Maybe the lighting made it look different. Maybe it had shifted over time. Then the clown winked. Not a mechanical twitch. Not something you could mistake for a trick of the light. It deliberately closed one eye and opened it again. That was it. They didn't scream. They didn't argue. They didn't try to investigate further. Survival instinct kicked in all at once. They ran. They bolted down the stairs out of the townhouse and didn't stop until they were outside, shaking and breathless. They didn't grab their phones or their keys. They just got out. Once they were far enough away to feel even a little safe, they called the police. When officers arrived, they went back into the house with them. The women stayed outside, too terrified to go back in. The police searched the townhouse thoroughly, including the attic. What they found was worse than anything involving ghosts or haunted houses. The clown statue wasn't a statue at all. It was a man, an escaped patient from a mental hospital, according to what they were later told. He had somehow gotten into the townhouse and had been living there for weeks without them knowing. The attic had given him a place to hide, and the clown costume had allowed him to stay perfectly still when necessary. He had been coming down at night or when they were gone, opening doors, eating their food, moving around the house. The reason things had gone missing wasn't a ghost. It was him. The reason doors were opening wasn't a haunting. It was him. The reason the clown had changed position was because it wasn't an object. It was a person adjusting himself when no one was watching. The wink wasn't a trick. It was intentional. When I first heard this story as a kid, I didn't want to believe it. It sounded too perfect, too much like an urban legend. A creepy clown, strange happenings, a shocking reveal. It felt like the kind of story people exaggerate over time, adding details to make it scarier. But the thing that made it stick with me was that everyone around her backed it up. Her friends, her family, people who had no reason to lie about it. The details never changed. The reactions were always the same. As far as anyone knows, the story is completely authentic. What makes it truly unsettling isn't the clown costume or even the mental hospital escape. It's the idea of someone living in your home without you knowing, sharing your space, watching you, learning your routines, eating your food, standing perfectly still while you walk past, unaware that you're not alone. It's the realization that the house wasn't haunted. It was occupied. That story changed the way I thought about attics, crawl spaces, and unused rooms. It made me realize how easy it is to ignore parts of our homes we don't use, to assume that if we don't go somewhere, nothing is happening there. It also showed me how quickly the human mind jumps to supernatural explanations when the truth is too disturbing to consider. As a kid, the image of that clown winking stayed with me for years, not because it was spooky in a fun way, but because it meant the moment of realization, the exact second when fear turned into understanding, when the unknown became something far more real and far more dangerous. Even now, as an adult, I think about that story whenever I hear unexplained noises in a house or notice something slightly out of place. I think about how long those women lived with danger without knowing it. How close they were to someone who shouldn't have been there at all. It's not a ghost story, it's worse. It's a reminder that sometimes the scariest things aren't imaginary. Sometimes they're real, breathing, watching, and hiding just out of sight, waiting for you to notice them. Okay, real talk. Do you think that clown story actually happened, or is it just an urban legend? Because honestly, I've heard versions of this from different places and I can't tell anymore. What do you think? My mom took a job as a paramedic in a small town in West Texas in the early 1990s. At the time, it felt like a good move. She was young, motivated, and excited to work in emergency medicine. West Texas towns can be quiet and close-knit, and for someone starting out in that kind of career, it seemed like a place where you could really get experience and settle into a routine. Once she had the job, the next step was finding somewhere affordable to live. Housing options were limited, and my parents didn't have much money to throw around. They started looking at rentals and eventually found a small house out past the municipal airport. It wasn't right in town, but that also meant it was cheaper. The area felt isolated but not dangerous, just empty land, wide skies, and the occasional sound of planes coming and going. The landlord seemed friendly enough. Nothing about him raised any red flags. He showed them the house, went over the paperwork, and everything seemed straightforward. So my mom signed the lease, and she and my dad started moving in, thinking they'd found a decent place to start this new chapter. Then my mom had her first day on the ambulance. She was paired with a shift partner, someone who had been working in that town for a while. As they were getting to know each other, the conversation turned to where my mom was living. It was casual, just the kind of small talk you make on a long shift. When my mom gave her the address, everything changed. Her partner's entire demeanor flipped. She went from relaxed to visibly alarmed in an instant. She didn't laugh it off or question it. She flat out panicked. She told my mom that she needed to get out of that house immediately, and even offered to help her move right then and there. My mom was confused. Her partner then explained why. The previous tenant of that house had been a man who was released from the state hospital. According to official evaluations, he was deemed no longer a risk to himself or others. On paper, he was considered safe to return to normal life. He moved back into that same house with his wife. Within a month, he completely snapped. He rampaged through the house, violently attacking his wife. At some point, she managed to lock herself in the bathroom, trying to escape him. It didn't save her. He broke through the door frame, forced his way in, and brutally murdered her. What he did afterward was even worse. He dismembered her body inside the house. He then tried to burn her remains in the backyard. When that didn't work, he put what was left of her into trash bags and threw them over the fence into a neighbor's yard. The story wasn't rumor or gossip. It was something people in town knew. First responders knew. Law enforcement knew. It was part of the town's dark history. My mom was shaken, but she and my dad were also skeptical, not because they thought her co-worker was lying, but because it sounded so extreme, so unreal, like something out of a horror movie. They wanted to believe there had been some kind of misunderstanding or exaggeration. Still, they couldn't ignore it completely. That night, they went back to the house and started looking more closely. They pulled back sections of carpet and noticed that part of the hardwood floor underneath had been removed and replaced. Not repaired cleanly, but cut out, like someone had taken out a section and tried to hide it. Then they looked at the bathroom. The door frame showed clear signs of damage. Not wear and tear, not old settling. It looked like it had been forced open, splintered wood, stress marks, damage that didn't match any innocent explanation. At that point, there was no more doubt. The story was real. My parents didn't stay long after that. They packed up what they could and left. They didn't get their deposit back. The landlord didn't care, but my parents didn't fight it. Losing that money felt insignificant compared to the idea of staying in a house where something that violent had happened. More than that, they were terrified of one specific possibility. What if the man ever got out again? He had already been declared safe once before. That decision had cost someone her life. My parents didn't want to be anywhere near that house if history repeated itself, so they walked away and never looked back. Years passed. Life moved on. Then, in 2016, I ended up living in the same town for college. It was strange being there, knowing my parents' history with the place, but I didn't think much about that house anymore. It felt like ancient history, something terrible but long over, until it wasn't. That year, news broke that the man who murdered his wife had simply walked out of the institution where he was being held in San Antonio. Not transferred, not released under supervision. He walked out, just like that. The idea that he was free again, somewhere out there, was chilling, especially knowing how easily he had been deemed not a risk before, knowing how wrong that assessment had been, knowing how close my parents had come to living in that house longer. It put everything into perspective. Mental health systems fail, paperwork fails, evaluations fail, and when they do, the consequences aren't abstract. They're real, they're violent, and they leave scars that last for decades. Even now, thinking about it makes my skin crawl. How close my parents came to staying in that house. How easily they could have dismissed the warning. How one co-worker's reaction likely kept them from something far worse. Sometimes the scariest stories aren't about ghosts or the supernatural. They're about people. And how easily danger can hide behind paperwork, friendly landlords, and the assumption that someone else has already made sure everything is safe. My grandfather worked for Florida Power and Light back in the 1980s, long before safety rules became as strict as they are now. His job wasn't just about restoring electricity after storms or fixing damaged lines. Back then, the power company crews were often called to accident scenes as well. If a car had wrapped itself around a light pole, slid off the road, or ended up somewhere it absolutely didn't belong, his crew might be sent out to help remove it. They had the heavy trucks, the cables, and the experience to deal with situations most people didn't want to get close to. He talked about those years often, but usually in a calm, almost casual way. He had seen plenty of bad accidents. He had seen people hurt, sometimes killed, and he understood that death was part of the job when you worked around roads and heavy equipment. Most of those memories stayed where they belonged, filed away like old paperwork. But there was one call he responded to that never left him. No matter how much time passed, it followed him for the rest of his life. The call came in one day about an accident out on Payne's Prairie Preserve State Park. The area is vast and open, with long stretches of road cutting through wetlands and swamp. It's beautiful in its own way, but it can also feel isolated. Back then, it was even quieter than it is now. If something went wrong out there, help could take a while to arrive. A man had driven off the road and into the swamp. That much was clear from the report. It sounded like a straightforward recovery job. Cars left the road all the time, especially in areas like that. Maybe the driver had fallen asleep. Maybe he swerved to avoid an animal. Maybe it was just bad luck. None of that seemed unusual to my grandfather when he first heard the call. When his crew arrived, they could see the car partially submerged in the swampy water, surrounded by thick grass and mud. The front end was buried deep, and the back end was barely visible above the earth's surface. From a distance, it looked like a bad crash, but not necessarily a horrifying one. Accidents like that happened, and usually the cause of death, if there was one, was obvious. Drowning, blunt force trauma, something you could understand, even if it was tragic. They got to work the way they always did. They secured the area, positioned the truck, and hooked cables to the car. Everything felt routine. My grandfather later said that nothing about the scene prepared him for what they were about to see. There were no warning signs, no strange smells, no movement in the water that caught his attention. When they finally pulled the car free of the swamp, the truth revealed itself all at once. The man inside hadn't died from the crash. He was covered from head to toe in baby water moccasins. They were everywhere, wrapped around his arms, his legs, his torso. Some were still moving, others were crushed or tangled together. It was clear immediately what had happened. The man hadn't just driven into water. He had driven straight into a nest, a bed of snakes hidden beneath the surface of the swamp. Baby water moccasins are small, but they are venomous from birth. Unlike adults, they don't always control how much venom they release when they bite. That makes them especially dangerous. The man must have been alive after the crash, at least for a short time. Long enough for the snakes to react. Long enough for them to swarm him. My grandfather said the realization hit him like a physical blow. He had seen death before, but this was different. This wasn't fast. This wasn't clean. This was panic and pain and terror happening all at once, in a place where no one could hear you scream. The scene was chaos. Men who had worked accidents for years froze where they stood. Some stepped back immediately. Others couldn't look away. The snakes were still there, clinging to the body, tangled in the wreckage. It was like something out of a nightmare, something that didn't belong in the real world. They cleared the area as quickly as they could. The authorities were notified. Procedures were followed. But none of that erased what they had seen. You can't unsee something like that. You can't file it away neatly and move on. My grandfather didn't talk about it much at first. When he did mention it, his voice changed. He became quieter, more careful with his words. He never went into graphic detail, unless someone asked directly, and even then, he kept it simple. He didn't need to exaggerate. The truth was bad enough. As the years went on, the effects of that day became more obvious. He started having nightmares, not just once or twice, but regularly. He would wake up sweating, sometimes shouting. My grandmother said there were nights when he would sit straight up in bed, breathing hard, his eyes wide open like he was still there in the swamp. He dreamed of snakes constantly, not just seeing them, but feeling them, crawling over his skin, wrapping around his arms and legs. He would wake up brushing at himself, convinced for a few seconds that they were real. Even during the day, certain things could trigger him. Tall grass, murky water, the sound of something moving where he couldn't see it. He avoided places like Payne's Prairie after that. He had no interest in fishing, hiking, or doing anything that brought him close to swamps or wetlands. Florida is full of places like that, but he learned how to steer clear of them. He didn't talk about it as fear. He talked about it as respect. But everyone who knew him could tell it was more than that. What haunted him most wasn't just the snakes. It was the thought of the man's final moments, the idea of surviving the crash, only to realize where you are. The sudden movement in the water, the pain, the confusion, the helplessness. My grandfather would sometimes say that dying in an accident is one thing, but dying like that is something else entirely. He carried that image with him into old age. Even when his memory started to fade in other areas, that story remained clear. He could still describe the swamp, the car, the moment they pulled it free. Some memories burn themselves so deeply into a person that time can't touch them. Looking back now, I understand why that incident stayed with him. It wasn't just about death. It was about how unpredictable and cruel the world can be. One wrong turn on a quiet road, one hidden danger beneath the surface, and suddenly everything changes. That accident taught him that there are things out there you can't see, can't plan for, and can't escape once you're in them. It taught him that nature doesn't care about intentions or mistakes. It just reacts. My grandfather lived a long life, but those nightmares never fully went away. Even in his final years, he would sometimes wake up afraid, his hands shaking, his breath short. My grandmother learned to calm him without asking questions. She knew exactly what he was seeing. To most people, it's just a story, a strange, horrifying thing that happened decades ago. But to him, it was real and it was permanent. It followed him home from that swamp and never truly left. That's the part people don't always understand about jobs like his. You don't just fix poles and clear wrecks. Sometimes you carry the weight of what you find there for the rest of your life. Last Thursday started like any other normal day, at least on the surface. Life moved on the way it always does, with people going to work, running errands, and handling their routines without thinking much about it. It wasn't until later that day that the news began to spread quietly through the area. A family had been reported missing. There weren't many details at first, just a few vague pieces of information passed from one person to another. No official statements, no clear timeline, no names shared openly yet. Just the unsettling fact that an entire family had seemingly vanished. I didn't know much about them. I still don't. I was only told a few things, and even those were unclear. I don't know how many people were in the family, how old they were, or where exactly they lived. All I knew was that they had gone out on a boat ride and never came back. In a place where boating is common and usually safe, that alone was enough to make people uneasy. Boats don't just disappear without a trace. Families don't just vanish without someone noticing. What made the situation feel even stranger was something my father mentioned later that same day. He hadn't known about the missing family at the time, not when he saw what he saw. To him, it was just something odd, something that didn't quite make sense but also didn't seem important enough to dwell on. It was only after the news of the missing family started circulating that his memory of that moment took on a much darker meaning. Earlier that Thursday, my father had been near the water. He spends a lot of time around boats and docks, so seeing unusual things doesn't always stand out to him right away. But this time, something caught his attention. He saw one boat dragging another boat behind it, not towing it in an organized or professional way, but dragging it in a way that looked rough and careless. The second boat didn't appear to be occupied. It wasn't moving on its own. It was just being pulled along, almost like it didn't matter what condition it was in. At the time, my father didn't think much of it. Boats get towed all the time for mechanical issues. Sometimes people help each other out on the water. Sometimes boats break down. There are plenty of harmless explanations for one boat pulling another. So he watched for a moment, noted that it looked strange, and then went on with his day. Later, when I heard about the missing family, I mentioned it to him. I asked him if he had heard anything, if he knew anything more than what was being said. That's when he brought up what he had seen earlier. The timing immediately stood out. The family had gone missing on a boat ride that same day. And on that same day, my father had seen a boat dragging another boat away. I asked him why he thought it mattered. At first, he hesitated. He didn't want to jump to conclusions. But then he shared his theory, and once he said it out loud, it was hard not to feel a chill run through me. He believed the family may have been murdered. According to his theory, the people responsible didn't just want to hurt the family, they wanted the boat. Boats can be valuable, especially if they're in good condition. They can be sold, stripped for parts, or used for other crimes. If someone wanted to steal a boat without drawing attention, Killing the owners and making it look like an accident or disappearance would be one way to do it. The image in my head was immediate and disturbing. A family out on the water, trusting that they were safe. Maybe they thought it would be a relaxing trip. Maybe it was something they did often. Then, at some point, they encountered the wrong people. People who didn't see them as human beings, but as obstacles standing between them and something they wanted. If my father's theory is right, the family's boat was taken by force. The original occupants were removed, one way or another. The empty boat was then dragged away, possibly to avoid suspicion, or because it couldn't be driven normally anymore. The idea that the boat my father saw being dragged could have belonged to that family is horrifying. What makes this even harder to process is how quiet everything feels. There's no dramatic footage, no clear suspect, no answers, just absence. A family that didn't come home, a boat ride that never ended the way it was supposed to, a strange sight on the water that now feels impossible to ignore. I keep thinking about how many crimes go unnoticed at first because they blend into everyday life. A boat towing another boat doesn't automatically signal danger. It's only when you connect it to something else, like a missing family, that it becomes alarming. By then, it may already be too late. My father has replayed that moment in his mind over and over. He wonders if he should have paid more attention, if he should have reported it, if there was anything about the boats that could have helped identify them later. But at the time, there was no reason to think it was connected to anything serious. That's the cruel part. Most people don't realize they're witnessing something important until after the fact. The idea that people could kill an entire family just to steal a boat is hard to accept, but it's not impossible. History is full of crimes that started with greed and ended in tragedy. When money or valuables are involved, some people stop seeing others as lives and start seeing them as problems to eliminate. What haunts me the most is thinking about the family themselves. Wherever they are, whatever happened to them, they didn't deserve it. They went out on the water expecting to come back. They probably didn't imagine that their trip would turn into the last thing they ever did together. Their loved ones are now left waiting, hoping, and fearing all at once. There's also the possibility that my father's theory is wrong. Maybe the family's disappearance had nothing to do with the boats he saw. Maybe the dragging was unrelated. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I want to believe that. I want to believe there's another explanation, something less violent, something that ends with the family being found alive. But coincidences are hard to ignore when the timing lines up so closely. Every time I think about it, my mind fills in the gaps with worst-case scenarios. Silence on the water, an empty boat, people who know exactly what they're doing and how to make others disappear. It makes the world feel smaller and more dangerous than it did before. Now, whenever I hear about the search efforts, I think about that boat being dragged. I think about how easily evidence can move, how quickly it can vanish. Water hides things well. It erases tracks. It swallows proof. If something terrible did happen out there, finding answers may take a long time, if it happens at all. For now, all anyone can do is wait for updates, wait for discoveries, wait for confirmation of what really happened. The uncertainty is heavy. It hangs over the situation like a cloud that refuses to move. Whether my father's theory turns out to be true or not, one thing is certain. A family is missing, and that alone is a tragedy. Someone, somewhere knows what happened. And until the truth comes out, every strange detail, every unexplained sighting will feel like a possible piece of a much darker puzzle. Last Thursday will not be easily forgotten, not because of something dramatic that happened in plain sight, but because of what might have happened quietly, out on the water, where no one was watching closely enough. Sorry to interrupt. If you're new here, I'd appreciate it if you subscribe to Shadow Archives for daily true horror content that will haunt your dreams and keep you wondering what lurks in the shadows. And don't. In 2014, a ferry set out on what was supposed to be a normal journey in South Korea. On board were more than 300 people, most of them students on a school trip. For many of them, it was meant to be a break from routine, a chance to travel with friends, laugh, take photos, and make memories they would talk about for years. Parents watched their children leave with packed bags and excited smiles, trusting that they would return home safely in a day or two. No one imagined that this trip would end in one of the worst maritime tragedies in the country's history. The ferry was large and familiar, a vessel that had made similar trips before. To the passengers, especially the students, it felt safe simply because it existed. People tend to trust things that look official and routine. The crew wore uniforms. The announcement sounded calm and professional. Everything about the situation suggested that they were in good hands. That sense of trust would later become one of the most painful parts of the story. As the ferry moved through the water, something went wrong. The ship began to tilt. At first, it wasn't dramatic. A slight lean can feel strange, but not immediately dangerous. Some passengers may have thought it was just a turn or a temporary imbalance. But the tilt grew worse. Objects started sliding across the floors. Furniture shifted. People struggled to keep their balance. Confusion spread quickly, especially among the students, many of whom were still in their cabins. During this time, announcements came over the loudspeaker. The captain and crew told the passengers to stay calm. They told them to remain where they were. They assured everyone that the situation was under control. Teachers repeated these instructions to the students, telling them to listen, to stay put, to trust the adults and the crew. In moments of fear, people often cling to authority. When someone in charge tells you to wait, you wait. When they tell you everything will be okay, you want to believe them. While the passengers were being told to stay inside, the situation outside was very different. The ferry continued to tip. Water began entering the ship. Time was slipping away. And yet, the people who were responsible for the safety of everyone on board did not act as they should have. Instead of organizing an evacuation, instead of guiding passengers to safety, the captain and several crew members focused on saving themselves. One by one, members of the crew made their way off the ferry. They escaped to safety while hundreds of passengers remained trapped inside. Many of those passengers were teenagers who had been taught their entire lives to listen to adults, to follow rules, and to trust authority figures. They stayed in their cabins because they were told to. They waited because they believed help was coming. When the Coast Guard finally arrived, the scene was chaotic and unclear. There was no strong leadership. No clear rescue operation began right away. People on nearby boats and on the shore watched as the ferry slowly sank. The ship leaned further and further until large parts of it disappeared beneath the water. Inside, people were still alive, still waiting, still hoping someone would come for them. Phones became lifelines. Passengers called their parents, sending messages, making final phone calls. Many of these conversations were filled with fear, confusion, and desperate hope. Parents on land tried to stay calm for their children, telling them to listen to instructions, to stay safe, to wait for rescue. None of them fully understood how bad the situation truly was. One of those parents was Yu An-sil, the mother of a student named Yu Mi-ji. Like many others, she received a call from her child during the disaster. In that moment, she did what countless parents would do. She told her daughter to follow the teacher's guidance. She believed that the adults in charge knew what they were doing. She believed that staying calm and listening would keep her child safe. Later, Yu An-sil would speak about that phone call with deep regret. Her words carry the weight of a decision made without full knowledge. a decision that no parent should ever have to live with. She said that she should have told her daughter to escape quickly. She should have told her to get out, to run, to ignore instructions if necessary. But she didn't know the true situation. From where she stood, far away and relying on limited information, she believed her advice was the safest thing to give. That regret is something no time can erase. It represents the cruel reality of disasters like this one, where ordinary people are forced to make life or death decisions without understanding the full picture. Parents trusted teachers, teachers trusted the crew, passengers trusted the captain, and that chain of trust failed in the most devastating way possible. As the ferry sank, the chances of survival grew smaller. The inside of the ship became dark and disorienting. Water rushed in. Hallways that once echoed with laughter and conversation turned into deadly traps. Many passengers never made it out of their cabins. They were trapped by rising water, by locked doors, by the simple fact that they had waited too long because they were told to wait. By the time the ferry fully sank, 304 people had lost their lives. Most of them were students, young people with futures that would never happen. Lives that ended not because of a sudden, unavoidable accident, but because of human failure, poor decisions, and a lack of responsibility at the highest levels. The aftermath of the disaster shook the entire country. Anger spread quickly as details emerged. People wanted to know how something like this could happen. How could a captain abandon his ship while passengers remained on board? How could rescue efforts be so slow and disorganized? How could so many warnings and chances to act be ignored? Investigations followed. The captain and 14 other crew members were eventually convicted on charges related to the sinking. Their actions, or lack of action, were examined in court and in the public eye. For many families, these convictions brought little comfort. No sentence could bring back their children. No punishment could undo the pain of unanswered phone calls and empty bedrooms. For the families of the victims, life was permanently divided into before and after. Before the ferry, there was normal life, school schedules, family dinners, and future plans. After the ferry, there was grief, anger, and a constant sense of loss. Parents attended memorials instead of graduations. They held photos instead of their children. They asked questions that would never have satisfying answers. The story of Yuan Sil and her daughter became one of the most heartbreaking examples of the tragedy. Her regret is shared by many parents who gave similar advice that day. They trusted the system. They trusted the people in charge. They trusted that doing the right thing would protect their children. Instead, that trust became a source of lifelong pain. What makes this tragedy especially difficult to accept is that it was not caused by a single, unavoidable event. It was a series of failures. Failures in safety regulations, failures in leadership, failures in emergency response, and perhaps most painfully, failures in moral responsibility. The people who were supposed to protect the passengers chose to protect themselves instead. In the years since the sinking, documentaries have been made to tell the story, to preserve the memories of those who were lost, and to remind the world of what happened. These documentaries are difficult to watch. They show footage of the ferry tilting, of families waiting on shore, of parents receiving the worst news imaginable. They include interviews with survivors, rescuers, and grieving families. They force viewers to confront uncomfortable truths about authority, responsibility, and trust. For many people, watching these documentaries brings a deep sense of sadness and anger. It raises questions about how society treats safety, how institutions respond to emergencies, and how easily people can be failed by systems they are taught to rely on. It also highlights the quiet heroism of those who tried to help, even when the official response fell short. The sinking of the ferry remains a symbol of national trauma in South Korea. It is remembered not just as an accident, but as a lesson written in loss. Schools, families, and communities continue to talk about it, not because they want to relive the pain, but because they want to prevent something like it from happening again. For the families of the 304 people who died, remembrance is both a duty and a burden. They carry the stories of their children, their siblings, their loved ones. They speak their names. They demand accountability. And they live with the knowledge that their lives were forever changed by a series of decisions made in moments of fear and selfishness. This tragedy reminds us that in emergencies, words matter, instructions matter, leadership matters. Telling people to stay calm and wait can be deadly if it is not backed by action and truth. Trust, once broken in such a profound way, is incredibly hard to rebuild. Above all, The Sinking of the Ferry is a story about ordinary people placed in an extraordinary and terrifying situation. It is about students who did what they were told, parents who gave advice based on trust, and a system that failed them when they needed it most. The loss of 304 lives is not just a statistic. It is 304 unfinished stories, 304 empty seats, and 304 reminders of what happens when responsibility is abandoned. The memory of that day continues to live on, not only in documentaries and court records, but in the hearts of those who remember, who mourn, and who refuse to let the lessons of that tragedy be forgotten. I grew up in a place so small and quiet that most people have never heard of it, and the ones who have usually picture something harmless and old-fashioned. My hometown is Lititz, the kind of place people associate with Amish buggies on back roads, craft fairs on the weekends, and historic buildings everyone treats like sacred objects. It's the kind of town where real crime feels almost impossible, where the biggest scandal people talk about for years is someone spray painting a statue or knocking over a mailbox. Nothing truly bad is supposed to happen there. That's why what happened still feels unreal to me, even now. At the time, I was a teenager, living with my family just a street or two away from where everything unfolded. Life followed a predictable rhythm. You recognized almost every face at the grocery store. News traveled fast, but it was usually boring news. Who got engaged? Who moved away? Who was mad about a zoning change? Violence was something that happened in cities far away from places like ours. There were 2 kids in town who were dating. Everyone knew who they were, or at least knew of them. Both were homeschooled and raised in very strict evangelical Christian households. I'm not saying that as a judgment, just as context, because in a town like ours, those details matter. People knew which families went to which churches. They knew who homeschooled and who didn't. It all fed into how people talked, how they whispered, how they formed opinions. The boy was 18. The girl was 14. Even in a conservative town, that age gap made people uncomfortable once it became known. At first, though, it wasn't widely discussed. Rumors existed, but nothing was confirmed publicly. Eventually, it came out that the 2 were not just dating in the innocent sense. They were in a sexual relationship. When the girl's parents found out, everything changed. Her parents decided to confront him directly. They called him and told him to come over to their house so they could talk. In their minds, it was probably going to be a tense conversation, maybe an argument, maybe a threat to go to the police, maybe a demand that he stay away from their daughter forever. In a town like Lititz, that's how people think conflicts end, with yelling, with shame, with someone being told to leave and never come back. What many news articles later glossed over or barely mentioned at all was how he showed up that night. According to reports and what later came out, he arrived at their front door carrying a canvas bag filled with guns. Not one gun, Multiple. The father noticed immediately. He saw the bag, understood what it was, and told the kid to go put the guns away before they talked. And incredibly, the boy did. He went and put the bag away, then came back inside. That detail has always stuck with me. The idea that there was a moment where this could have gone differently. A moment where someone saw danger, acknowledged it, and still believed things could be handled calmly. It shows how deeply people in that town believed in reason, in conversation, in the idea that nothing truly horrific could happen in their living room. They sat down and talked, or argued. No one knows exactly what was said, only that it went on for a while. Voices were raised, emotions were high, the parents were angry, protective, probably terrified. The boy was defensive, emotional, and clearly unstable. Eventually, the conversation reached a breaking point. The parents told him to leave. That's when everything shattered. He stood up and, within seconds, pulled out a gun and shot both parents in the head. They were standing within 6 feet of each other. There was no struggle, no warning, just sudden, brutal violence. The kind of violence that doesn't belong in a place like Littitz. The kind that feels like it was dropped in from another world. One of the younger daughters saw it happen. That fact alone is hard to process. A child, witnessing her parents being executed in their own home by someone they had invited inside. That image is something no one should ever carry, especially not a kid. After killing them, he didn't immediately flee alone. The 14-year-old girl went with him willingly. That's another part people struggle to understand. She believed they were going to start a new life together. She believed, somehow, that this was the beginning of something, not the end of everything. Whether that belief came from manipulation, fear, love, or shock is impossible to say. But she got into the car with him and left. They made it as far as Indiana. Somewhere along the way, reality caught up with them. He crashed the car. That's when everything finally collapsed. Police became involved. The story exploded beyond the town. National headlines followed. Suddenly, Littitz was being talked about on the news for something other than pretzels and tourism. For people outside the town, it was a shocking story. For people inside it, it was something else entirely. It felt like the ground had shifted, like the rules we all believed in no longer applied. If something like that could happen here, then nowhere was truly safe. What made it even more disturbing for me personally was how close it all was. This didn't happen across town or in some distant neighborhood I'd never been to. It happened the next street over from my house, close enough that I could walk there in minutes, close enough that I had passed that house countless times without ever thinking twice about it. That night, I wasn't even home. I was staying at a friend's place. I went to sleep without knowing anything was wrong. No sirens woke me, no shouting, just a normal night, or so it seemed. When I woke up the next morning, my phone was full of voicemails and missed calls. People I knew, people I barely knew, people asking the same question over and over. Are you okay? Is your family safe? Do you know what happened? At first, I didn't understand why anyone was calling me. Then the messages started making sense. People didn't know exactly where it had happened yet. They just knew something terrible had occurred nearby. They were checking on each other, trying to make sure no one they loved was involved. That's when it hit me how fragile everything really was. How easily it could have been someone else's house. How easily it could have been my family. One wrong address, one different decision, and my life would have been split into before and after, just like theirs. In the days that followed, the town felt different, quieter, heavier. People spoke in hushed voices at stores. Church services were packed, not with joy, but with fear and grief. Parents held their kids a little tighter. Everyone locked their doors more carefully, even though they'd never really felt the need to before. There was also a strange sense of disbelief. People kept saying things like, "This doesn't happen here, as if repeating it might undo what had already happened. But it had happened, and it wasn't going away. What scared me most wasn't just the violence. It was how normal everything looked on the outside. A quiet street, a family home, a conversation that started the way so many confrontations start. There were no obvious warning signs to the outside world. No dramatic buildup, just a series of choices that ended in irreversible loss. Even now, when I think back on it, I remember how vulnerable I felt afterward. Walking around town no longer felt the same. Familiar places felt slightly wrong, like sets from a play where something terrible had happened backstage. Every time I passed that street, I thought about how close I had been without knowing it. That night taught me something I never wanted to learn. Evil doesn't always arrive loudly. Sometimes it walks up to the door carrying a bag and waits politely to be invited inside. Sometimes it looks like a kid you've seen around town. Sometimes it hides behind the assumption that people like us don't do things like that. Lidditz went back to being Lidditz eventually. Tourists returned. Craft fairs continued. Life moved on, at least on the surface. But for those of us who lived there at the time, there's a quiet line running through our memories, a reminder that even the safest seeming places can be shattered in an instant. And every time I think about waking up to those voicemails, about people asking if my family was okay, I realize how close we all were to being part of that story in a much worse way. That's what still unsettles me the most. Not just what happened, but how easily it could have happened to anyone else. I was around 13 or 14 when this happened. Old enough to be allowed out at night with friends, but still young enough that everything felt bigger, stranger, and more intense than it probably would now. It was one of those nights that seemed completely ordinary at the time, the kind you don't think twice about until years later, when a single memory refuses to fade, no matter how much you try to explain it away. A few friends and I were having a sleepover. Nothing special, just hanging out, talking, playing games, doing the usual stuff kids do when they're trying to stay awake as long as possible. At some point, we realized we were hungry and decided we wanted snacks. It was probably around 10 at night, maybe a little later. I remember it being either fall or winter because it was already completely dark outside. The kind of dark where streetlights feel farther apart and shadows seem deeper. There were 3 of us originally. One of my friends was disabled and really uncomfortable being out at night, especially walking around in the dark. He didn't want to come with us, and we didn't push him. We figured it would be quick anyway. So it ended up just being me and one other friend heading out on foot to the dollar store nearby. The walk itself wasn't anything unusual. We lived in a pretty quiet area, mostly neighborhoods filled with older people. By that time of night, almost every house was dark. No cars passing, no people outside, just streetlights, sidewalks, and silence. The kind of silence that makes your footsteps sound louder than they really are. About halfway to the store, we reached this long stretch of road. It wasn't a main road, just a straight residential one that felt longer than the others for some reason. At the very end of it, in front of one of the houses, there was something that immediately caught my attention. At first, my brain didn't know what to do with it. It was big, way too big to ignore. I remember stopping, without even realizing I had stopped. It looked humanoid, but not in a normal way. The proportions were wrong. The arms and legs were long, unnaturally long, like they didn't quite belong to the body they were attached to. The head was huge and round, far too big compared to the rest of it. The color was this pale, sickly white that stood out against the darkness around it. What really messed with my sense of scale was how tall it was. It was crouched down, but even like that, it looked almost as tall as the house behind it. Not a small house either, a normal 2-story suburban home. My brain kept trying to tell me it had to be something else. A decoration, a vehicle, some weird art installation, anything that made sense. But nothing really fit. I stood there staring at it, trying to process what I was seeing. I probably would have convinced myself it was nothing if I hadn't said anything. But I did. I asked my friend if she could see it too. She stopped and looked. The moment she focused on it, something changed. It looked like the thing lifted its head, not fast, not dramatically, just enough movement to be unmistakable, enough to confirm that whatever it wasn't just an object sitting there. That was when the fear hit. I felt it in my chest first. That sudden, tight feeling when your body realizes something is wrong before your mind fully catches up. My friend grabbed my arm immediately. She was scared, visibly shaken, and she didn't want to stand there any longer. She kept tugging on me, whispering that we needed to keep moving, that we needed to leave. Part of me, for reasons I still don't fully understand, wanted to go closer, curiosity mixed with disbelief. I wanted answers. I wanted to know what it was. I wanted to prove to myself that there was a logical explanation. But she was genuinely freaked out, and that mattered more. So we kept walking. We didn't look back. The rest of the walk to the store felt tense. We didn't talk much. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow felt like it was watching us. When we finally reached the dollar store, we realized we were too late. The lights were off. The doors were locked. We had wasted too much time standing there on that road. So we turned around and started walking back. That's when the unease really set in. I couldn't stop thinking about what we had seen. It replayed in my mind over and over. The shape, the size, the way it moved its head. I kept telling myself that when we passed by again, I'd get a better look, that I'd figure it out, that it would turn out to be something normal and I'd feel stupid for ever being scared. As we got closer to that long road again, I made up my mind. I told myself that if my friend didn't want to stop, I would. With or without her, I was going to look. But when we reached the spot, there was nothing there. The house looked normal. The yard was empty. No massive white shape, no crouched figure, nothing. That was somehow worse. If it had still been there, I might have convinced myself it was a statue or some elaborate prank. But it being gone meant it had either moved or had never been there at all. And neither of those options felt comforting. We didn't slow down this time. We ran. We ran the rest of the way home without stopping, our footsteps pounding against the pavement, breath coming out in sharp bursts. I don't remember saying much during that run. Fear doesn't always come with words. Sometimes it's just motion, just the need to get somewhere safe as fast as possible. When we finally got back to the house, we slammed the door behind us and locked it. Only then did we start talking over each other, trying to make sense of what we had seen. Our other friend, the one who stayed behind, listened wide-eyed as we explained it. He was glad he hadn't come with us. We didn't sleep much that night. Years have passed since then, and I've never seen anything like it again. I still think about it sometimes, especially when I'm walking at night or driving through quiet neighborhoods. I live in Idaho, and over the years I've heard plenty of stories from other people who claim to have seen similar things. Tall, pale, humanoid figures, creatures with long limbs and strange movements. Some people talk about things like the rake, and I don't know. Maybe. I'm not saying that's what it was. I honestly don't know what it was. I've tried to come up with explanations. Maybe it was some kind of display. Maybe it was machinery. Maybe it was just my imagination filling in gaps because it was dark and I was young, but none of those explanations fully work. Heavy machinery doesn't just disappear without a trace. Displays don't usually move their heads. And my imagination didn't invent something my friend also saw. What sticks with me the most isn't the fear, but the uncertainty, the lack of closure, the fact that I never got answers, and probably never will. It's one of those experiences that sits in the back of your mind, quietly reminding you that there are things you don't understand and maybe aren't meant to. I don't lose sleep over it. It doesn't haunt me. But every once in a while, when someone brings up strange sightings or unexplained encounters, I think back to that long road, that silent neighborhood, and that massive pale shape crouched in front of a house. It might have been nothing, or it might not have been. Either way, it makes for one hell of a story. Have any of you ever seen something you just couldn't explain? Like not a ghost story, but something physically there that made zero sense? I'm starting to think these things are way more common than we admit. Share yours if you've got one. This is a story my father used to tell me when I was a teenager, and the way he told it always stuck with me. It wasn't dramatic or sensationalized. He told it in a quiet, serious tone, the kind that lets you know he isn't trying to scare you for fun. He was telling it because it was real, because it happened close to home, and because it showed how dark things could get in a place that already struggled with a lot of problems. So I'll tell it the way he told it to me. In 1989, this happened in Gillette, my hometown. Gillette has always had a complicated reputation. On the surface, it looks like a normal working town, built around energy jobs and industry. But for a long time, it also had a serious methamphetamine problem. People didn't always talk about it openly, but everyone knew it was there. Addiction, mental illness, and violence weren't rare the way they should have been. There was a woman named Laura Lee Rice. According to my father, she was heavily involved with meth at the time, though later she would be diagnosed as schizophrenic. Whether the drugs made her illness worse or simply existed alongside it, no one could really say for sure. What mattered was that she was deeply unwell, living inside a reality that no one else could see or understand. At some point, she began having severe hallucinations. In her mind, she was being visited by Medusa, not the mythological figure as a story or symbol, but as something real and commanding. Medusa, in her hallucinations, told her that her children were not actually her children. She believed they were evil clones, replacements that had been put there to deceive her. The real children, she believed, had been taken. She had 2 daughters. One was only 4 months old. The other was 15 months old. Babies, completely helpless. According to what my father said, Laura believed that if she followed Medusa's instructions, her real children would be returned to her. She believed this completely. There was no doubt in her mind. To her, it wasn't murder. It was a twisted kind of rescue mission. What happened next is almost impossible to understand unless you accept that she was not living in reality anymore. She killed both children and dismembered them. My father never went into graphic detail, and I won't either. He didn't need to. The horror of it didn't come from gore, but from the fact that it was done to babies by their own mother, driven by delusions she believed were absolutely real. Afterward, she placed the bodies, heads, and arms into different sacks. She separated them deliberately, believing this was part of what Medusa demanded. One of the most disturbing parts of the story is what she did next. She put the heads into the trunk of the children's father's vehicle. He didn't know. According to my father, the father was completely unaware of what had happened or what was in his car. The rest of the remains were placed elsewhere, hidden in different locations. In her mind, this was all part of a ritual. She believed that by doing this, Medusa would bring her real children back to her. She wasn't trying to hide what she had done in the way criminals usually do. She believed she was following instructions from something powerful and real. When the truth came out, the town was shaken. Gillette wasn't a huge place, and news like that spread fast. People didn't want to believe it at first. Stories like that feel unreal when they happen close to home. They feel like something that belongs in headlines from far away, not in a place where you recognize faces at the grocery store. Eventually, Laura Lee Rice was diagnosed with schizophrenia. The case became an example of what can happen when severe mental illness goes untreated, especially when combined with drug abuse. There was no simple explanation that made it easier to accept. Drugs alone didn't explain it. Mental illness alone didn't explain it. It was the combination, the perfect storm of a broken mind, addiction, and a lack of intervention. When my father told me this story, he wasn't trying to shock me. He wasn't telling it as entertainment. He told it as a warning, in a way, about how fragile the human mind can be, about how dangerous untreated mental illness is, about how drugs like meth don't just destroy the person using them, but can destroy everyone around them. What stayed with me most wasn't the violence itself. It was the sadness of it. The idea that someone could be so disconnected from reality that they believed they were saving their children by killing them, that a mother could be convinced that her own babies were evil copies, that her mind could twist love into something unrecognizable and catastrophic. It also changed the way I thought about my hometown. Growing up, you tend to think of your town as safe simply because it's familiar. Hearing that story made me realize that darkness doesn't care about population size or geography. It can exist anywhere, quietly, behind closed doors, until one day it erupts in a way no one can ignore. Even now, years later, I think about how my father told it. Calmly, seriously, like a man who had seen enough to know that real horror isn't supernatural. It doesn't come from monsters or myths, even if someone believes it does. It comes from the human mind breaking in the worst possible way. It's not a story I tell lightly. It's not one I enjoy remembering. But it's one that stays with you because it's real, and because it shows how terrifying reality can be when someone loses their grip on it completely. If these stories feel familiar, there's a reason. Most people have experienced something they don't talk about. If you're still listening, leave a like and subscribe. It helps keep stories like these alive. And if something has ever followed you home, send it in. Let's continue. This is one of those stories that sounds simple at first, almost like a campfire tale. But the longer you sit with it, the more it crawls into your head. It was told to me as something that happened some time ago, and it was always told the same way, calmly, without exaggeration, which somehow made it worse. There were 3 teenagers who lived in a small town surrounded by woods, the kind of place where everyone knows each other and where there are certain locations adults warn kids about without ever fully explaining why. One of those places was an old cabin deep in the forest. People said it was dangerous, some said it was cursed. Others just said it wasn't safe and that no one should go there, especially at night. Naturally, that made it irresistible. The 3 of them were the kind of teens who thought fear was something you proved you didn't have. They were adventurous, bored, and convinced that adults exaggerated everything. They had heard the warnings their whole lives, and none of them could remember anyone actually explaining what was wrong with the cabin. So they decided to go there and spend the night, just to prove it was nothing. They didn't tell anyone where they were going. By the time they reached the cabin, it was already dark. The woods were quiet in that unnatural way forests get at night, where every sound feels isolated and important. The cabin sat alone, old and weathered, barely visible between the trees. The windows were dark. The door creaked when they pushed it open. Inside, it smelled like dust and rot. They turned on their flashlights and started looking around. The place was mostly empty. No furniture worth mentioning. Just bare wooden floors, walls, and the feeling that the cabin had been abandoned for a very long time. Then they noticed something strange. The walls were covered in pictures, They weren't framed nicely or hung evenly. They were scattered, nailed, or pinned directly into the wood. Every picture showed an old person, extremely old. Wrinkled faces, hollow eyes. Some of them looked sick, some looked angry, some looked like they were staring directly at whoever stood in front of them. The pictures were unsettling, but none of the teens wanted to admit that. Instead, they laughed. They made jokes about how creepy the people looked. They exaggerated the faces, mocked the expressions, and dared each other to stand closer. It was easier to make fun of the pictures than to acknowledge how uncomfortable they felt. Humor became a shield. If you laugh at something, it can't scare you. At least, that's what they believed. After a while, the tension faded. They ate the snacks they brought, talked about random things, and eventually decided to sleep. They laid out sleeping bags on the floor. The flashlights were turned off one by one until the cabin was swallowed by darkness. The night passed without anything obvious happening. No screams, no footsteps, no strange sounds that anyone could clearly remember afterward. Just sleep. In the morning, the guy who later told the story woke up first. For a few seconds, he didn't move. That moment between sleep and waking felt strange, like the air itself was heavier. Then he sat up and looked around. One of his friends was gone. At first, he assumed the guy had gone outside to use the bathroom or mess around. But the cabin door was still closed. There were no sounds outside, no movement, just silence. He turned to look at the third friend. That's when panic started to creep in. The third teen was sitting upright, eyes wide open, staring straight ahead. He wasn't blinking. He wasn't reacting. His face was completely blank, like something had been turned off inside him. The guy called his name. No response. He shook him gently. Nothing. It was like his friend was awake but not there. Heart pounding, he looked around the cabin again, trying to ground himself, trying to make sense of what was happening. That's when he noticed the walls. The pictures were gone. Every single one. In their place were windows, not broken through holes or boarded up sections. Actual windows. Old, dusty, but unmistakably windows. Windows that hadn't been there the night before. Windows that looked out into the woods from every side of the cabin. He stood there, frozen, staring at them, his mind refusing to accept what his eyes were seeing. He knew those had been pictures. He remembered laughing at them, remembered pointing at them, remembered the faces. Now there were only windows, all of them dark, all of them looking out into the forest. The realization hit him slowly and all at once. They hadn't been pictures of old people. They had been views. Views from inside the cabin, looking out. And whatever had been looking in during the night was no longer there. He grabbed his things, tried one last time to get a reaction from his unmoving friend, and then ran. He ran out of the cabin, through the woods, not caring about direction, branches tearing at his skin, lungs burning. He didn't stop until he reached the edge of the forest. The missing friend was never found. The one who had been sitting upright with his eyes open never spoke again. He was alive. But whatever part of him made him who he was never came back. Doctors couldn't explain it. They said it was trauma, shock, something psychological. The guy who ran never went back into the woods. People still talk about the cabin. Some say it isn't there anymore, others say it is, but only if you're looking for it. Adults still warn kids not to go near it, and kids still laugh and roll their eyes. But the warnings don't come with explanations. They never do. When I was a kid, sometime in the early 1990s, I lived in a small town in the Northeast. It was one of those towns where nothing ever really happened, where people left their doors unlocked, where kids rode bikes until it got dark, and where parents felt safe letting their children roam as long as they stayed close enough. Our house sat at the end of a cul-de-sac, and behind our property was a huge stretch of woods and conservation land that felt endless when you were young. Trees, trails, thick brush, and patches where the sunlight barely reached the ground. To us, it was freedom. There were usually 5 or 6 of us, all between 12 and 15 years old. We were the kind of group that was always together. If we weren't at school or asleep, we were hanging out. In the summer, that meant pools, bikes, and wandering through the woods behind our houses. In the colder months, it meant the same thing, just with jackets and muddy boots. Those woods were our place. We knew the trails, the fallen trees, the little clearings where we would sit and talk about nothing and everything at the same time. We had boundaries, even if they were unspoken. There were places we went all the time and places we didn't. Not because anyone told us not to, but because kids develop their own invisible maps. Beyond a certain point, the woods felt different, quieter, thicker, less familiar. Most days we stayed where we felt comfortable. One afternoon, bored and feeling a little adventurous, we decided to go farther than we normally did. There wasn't a big discussion about it. Someone just said, "Let's see what's past this trail," and that was enough. We pushed deeper into the woods, laughing, talking, snapping sticks under our feet. It felt exciting, like we were explorers discovering something new. That's when we saw it. At first, it didn't make sense. Between the trees, in a small clearing, was a teepee, a real one. Not something made by kids with sticks and blankets, but an actual structure. The poles were tall and arranged properly, and the covering looked weathered, like it had been there for a while. We all stopped at the same time, staring at it. Our first reaction wasn't fear, it was curiosity. We had never seen anything like that in those woods. This wasn't a campground. This wasn't a park. This was conservation land. No one was supposed to be living out there. We whispered to each other, trying to figure out who it could belong to. A hunter? Someone camping illegally? Some weird survivalist? None of us really knew. Being kids, curiosity won. We approached the campsite slowly. Around the teepee were signs that someone had been living there. There were clothes, folded and unfolded, a cot inside the teepee, coolers, some empty, some with old food wrappers, trash scattered around, like whoever was staying there didn't care much about being neat. It didn't look abandoned, it looked used. That's when we heard a dog bark. It came from deeper in the woods, off to the side of the clearing. It wasn't close enough to see, but it was close enough to be loud. The bark echoed through the trees, sharp and sudden, and it snapped us out of our curiosity instantly. We didn't stop to think. We ran. We tore through the woods as fast as we could, branches slapping at our arms, feet sliding on leaves and dirt. No one spoke. No one laughed. That playful, adventurous feeling was gone in a second, replaced by pure instinct. We didn't stop until we were back in familiar territory, near our houses, gasping for breath and trying to calm down. For a while after that, the teepee became a story we talked about, but didn't act on. We joked about it, tried to scare each other with theories, but none of us wanted to go back right away. Still, curiosity has a way of coming back, especially in kids who think they're braver than they are. A few weeks later, we decided to check again. We told ourselves it was probably nothing. Maybe whoever had been there had moved on. Maybe it was just some harmless person camping out. We walked back into the woods, following the same path we had taken before. The closer we got, the quieter we became. The woods felt heavier this time, like they were watching us. The teepee was still there. That alone made my stomach drop. Part of me had hoped it would be gone, that the whole thing would end there, but it wasn't gone. It looked exactly the same as before. Then we saw the tree. Hanging from one of the branches was a dog's head. It took a second for my brain to understand what I was looking at. It didn't register right away. It was just a shape, something out of place. And then it clicked. I don't remember screaming, but I know we were all yelling. Panic hit all of us at once. This wasn't weird anymore. This wasn't creepy curiosity. This was something deeply wrong. We ran again, harder than before. We sprinted straight to my house, sobbing, shouting, barely able to form words. When my dad saw us, he knew immediately that something was seriously wrong. My dad was the chief of police at the time, and he had seen plenty in his career, but seeing a group of kids in that state stopped him cold. We tried to explain what we had seen, all of us talking at once, crying, shaking. It probably sounded like nonsense at first, a teepee, a dog, the woods, but once he managed to piece it together, his expression changed completely. He didn't hesitate. He called the station immediately. Police officers arrived and went into the woods. They searched the area thoroughly. They took pictures. They documented everything. The teepee was taken down. The campsite was cleared. From what we were told later, it was treated very seriously. No one brushed it off as a prank or kids exaggerating. After that, things felt quiet again. Too quiet. The campsite was gone. The clearing looked empty, like nothing had ever been there. We went back once, stupidly curious, and saw nothing. Just trees and dirt. If you hadn't known what had been there before, you never would have guessed. We thought it was over. The next weekend, my parents and I went on vacation. I remember being relieved to get out of town, to put some distance between myself and those woods. I didn't realize how close things still were to getting worse. While we were away, my dad got a frantic call from the station. A woman, accompanied by a pack of dogs, had chased one of my friends through the woods. My friend had been walking near the edge of the woods, behind our houses, when she appeared. He didn't know where she came from. He just heard dogs, saw movement, and suddenly he was being chased. He ran as fast as he could straight into my backyard. He hid in my shed and called his dad, terrified. His dad called the police. The police called my dad. Our vacation ended immediately. We went home and everything unfolded quickly after that. The woman was arrested. The dogs were taken by animal control. From what we were told, she was connected to the campsite. She had been living in the woods with the dogs, unnoticed, right behind our homes. I don't know all the details of who she was or why she was there. As kids, we weren't told everything, and as adults, some things are probably better left unknown. What mattered was that she had been there the whole time, watching, living close enough to hear us laughing, yelling, playing in the woods. After that, we didn't hang out in the woods much anymore. The place that had once felt like freedom suddenly felt dangerous. Every tree looked like a hiding place. Every sound felt like a warning. Parents were stricter. Boundaries were spoken out loud instead of assumed. Childhood innocence cracked a little that year. Even now, decades later, that story still sticks with me. Not because of monsters or ghosts, but because of how real it was, how close it was, how easily it could have gone worse. We weren't supposed to find that campsite. We weren't supposed to see what we saw, but we did. And once you realize that something like that can exist just beyond the edge of your normal life, it changes the way you see the world. It teaches you that danger doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it hides quietly, just out of sight, waiting for someone curious enough to wander a little too far. My brother used to live in Duluth with his girlfriend at the time, and this happened back when they were still together. It's one of those stories that doesn't sound supernatural or unbelievable, but the more you think about it, the more it makes your stomach tighten. It's frightening not because of what definitely happened, but because of what almost did. My brother has always been into photography, not casually either. He's the kind of person who will drive out of his way, wait for the right light, and stand alone in uncomfortable places just to get the shot he wants. When they lived in Duluth, they'd often go out around sunset or late at night so he could take photos. The city has a certain atmosphere after dark, especially near the water and the old industrial areas. It can be beautiful, but it can also feel isolated and eerie, especially once most people have gone home. On this particular night, it was late, around 11 or maybe closer to midnight. My brother wanted to photograph a bridge that was tucked away from the main roads, not somewhere tourists usually went. It wasn't completely unknown, but it was far enough from busy areas that you wouldn't expect many people there at that hour. When they arrived, his girlfriend immediately felt uneasy. She didn't like the location. Something about it felt wrong to her, and she told him she didn't want to get out of the car. My brother focused on his photos and, assuming it would only take a few minutes, told her that was fine. She stayed in the passenger seat while he grabbed his camera and headed off toward the bridge. The parking lot was mostly empty. There was only one other car there, a white Honda Civic. It was parked a short distance away, not close enough to feel like a normal coincidence, but not far enough to ignore either. At first, she didn't think much of it. Then she looked over. There was a man sitting in the driver's seat. He wasn't moving, not shifting, not looking around, not checking his phone, just staring straight ahead. She watched him for a moment, and the longer she looked, the more unsettling it became. He wasn't blinking. His posture was rigid, almost locked in place. She noticed his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles were white. That detail stuck with her. People don't grip a steering wheel like that unless they're extremely tense, angry, or focused on something in a way that isn't normal. She tried to rationalize it. Duluth, like many cities, has areas where drug use is common, especially late at night. She assumed he might be high, tweaking, or having some kind of episode. It wasn't comforting, but it was an explanation that let her stay calm. She looked away and tried to focus on her phone, telling herself my brother would be back soon. Minutes passed. She checked the time, glanced toward where my brother had gone, then looked back at the Civic. The man was still there, still staring forward, still not moving. That's when her unease started to turn into real fear. Then she heard a car door open. The sound cut through the quiet like a warning bell. She looked up just in time to see the man stepping out of his car and walking toward hers. He wasn't rushing, but he wasn't hesitant either. His movements were deliberate, like he had already decided what he was going to do. Her heart started pounding. She didn't wait to see what he wanted. She immediately reached over and locked the doors. The timing couldn't have been better, because almost the second the locks clicked, he reached her door and grabbed the handle. He tugged on it, hard. She froze for a split second, then started yelling at him to go away. Her voice sounded strange to her own ears, high and panicked, but she didn't care. She just wanted him to leave. He didn't. Instead, he leaned closer to the window and smiled at her. Not a friendly smile, not an awkward one. She described it later as wrong, too wide, too calm, like he was enjoying the situation. He tried to say something to her, but it came out as mumbled, slurred words that didn't quite connect. She couldn't fully understand him, which somehow made it worse. Then he spoke more clearly. He said something about how she could make lots of men do ungodly things for her. He told her she was very beautiful. The way he said it wasn't flattering. It wasn't clumsy flirting. It was possessive, evaluating, like he was talking about an object rather than a person, like he was imagining things she didn't want to imagine. She was terrified. She screamed at him again to back away, to leave her alone, but he ignored her completely. He kept tugging at the door, testing it, like he was checking to see if it might give. The windows were up, the doors were locked, and that was the only thing keeping him out. Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely hold her phone, but she managed to call my brother. When he answered, she didn't try to explain calmly. She told him exactly what was happening, her words tumbling over each other, panic clear in her voice. To his credit, my brother didn't hesitate. He dropped everything and ran back toward the car. When he got there and saw the man at the door, something in him snapped. He yelled at the guy to back off the car, not politely, not cautiously. He shouted with authority and anger, making it clear he was not afraid to escalate if he had to. The man finally stopped. He didn't apologize. He didn't argue. He didn't even look embarrassed. He simply let go of the door, turned around, and walked back to his car as calmly as if nothing had happened. He got inside and shut the door. That calmness was one of the most disturbing parts. People who get caught doing something wrong usually react somehow. They get defensive, they get angry, they rush away. This man did none of that. He acted like the interaction had gone exactly how he expected it to go. My brother jumped into the driver's seat, started the car, and peeled out of the lot. They didn't look back at first. They just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. Then they saw headlights behind them. The white Civic started up and followed. At first, they hoped it was just coincidence. There weren't many ways out of that area, and maybe he was just leaving too. But as they turned onto empty roads and drove through abandoned industrial stretches, the Civic stayed right behind them. Every turn they made, he made. Every acceleration, he matched. The roads were dark and nearly deserted. No traffic, no pedestrians, no businesses open. Just stretches of pavement and shadows. The kind of places where you feel very small and very alone. That's when real panic set in. My brother started driving faster, taking turns he normally wouldn't, trying to lose him. The Civic stayed with them. The headlights never fell back, never disappeared. For a while, it felt like a chase. They didn't talk much during that time. There was nothing to say. Fear filled the car, thick and suffocating. His ex later said she felt like she couldn't breathe properly, like every second stretched out too long. She kept imagining what would happen if they stopped, if they stalled, if the guy rammed them or forced them off the road. Eventually, they made it back onto the highway. Once they merged and traffic appeared, the Civic didn't follow. Either he didn't want to be seen, or he decided it wasn't worth the risk anymore. His headlights disappeared, and just like that, he was gone. They didn't stop driving for a long time. When they finally did pull over somewhere safe, the adrenaline wore off all at once. She broke down crying. My brother sat there shaking, replaying everything in his head, realizing how close something terrible might have come to happening. Later, when they talked about it more calmly, the pieces started to fit together in a way that made the whole thing even more disturbing. There is a lot of sex trafficking in and around Duluth. It's not something people like to talk about, but it's real. Ports, highways, isolated areas, and vulnerable populations make certain cities prime locations for it. The behavior of that man didn't feel random. It didn't feel like a drunken mistake or a moment of bad judgment. It felt intentional, the way he was already there, the way he watched, the way he approached only when she was alone, the comments he made, the attempt to get into the car, the pursuit afterward. All of it suggested someone testing boundaries, seeing how far he could go, seeing whether she was truly alone or protected. If my brother had taken longer, if her doors hadn't been locked, if she hadn't called for help immediately, if there had been no traffic to disappear into, any one of those things could have changed the outcome. That's what makes this story so unsettling. Not that something horrific definitely happened, but that it almost did. That the line between safety and disaster was thin enough to be measured in seconds. Even now, years later, my brother's ex still talks about that night. Not often, but when she does, her voice changes. She remembers the man's smile, the way his knuckles looked, the sound of him tugging on the door, the feeling of being watched and evaluated like prey. It wasn't a ghost, it wasn't a monster, it was just a man. And sometimes that's far worse. The apartment I lived in didn't start out that way. When I first moved in, it was actually nice. Not luxury or anything, but clean, quiet, and predictable. The kind of place where you recognize your neighbors in passing, where the hallways smell like laundry detergent or someone's dinner, not chemicals. It felt stable, safe enough. Somewhere you could come home to and let your guard down. That changed after the building changed hands. New ownership came in, and almost immediately, everything started slipping. Maintenance requests took longer. Repairs were half done or ignored entirely. People started moving in who didn't seem to care about the place at all. Doors slammed at all hours. Strange visitors came and went. The atmosphere shifted in a way that's hard to describe unless you've lived it. The building didn't just look worse, it felt worse. Drugs started creeping in, quietly at first, then more openly. You'd see people you didn't recognize hanging around. Stairwells. Conversations would stop when you walked past. The smell of cigarette smoke mixed with something sharper, more chemical, would linger in the hallways. It wasn't constant, but it was frequent enough that you noticed. One day, coming home from work, I turned the corner into the parking lot and stopped dead. There was a SWAT team outside one of the units. Not just a couple of cops. Full gear, vests, weapons, the whole thing. They were stacked up outside someone's door, clearly preparing to go in. The scene looked completely out of place against the backdrop of what was supposed to be a normal apartment complex. People were peeking through blinds. Someone across the lot was filming on their phone. I just stood there for a second, keys in my hand, trying to process what I was seeing. That was the moment it really sank in that the place I lived had changed into something else entirely. I went inside, locked my door, and tried to forget about it. But you can't unsee something like that. It plants a seed. From then on, every noise felt more suspicious. Every unfamiliar face felt like a potential problem. I stopped feeling relaxed in my own home. Then came the smell. I was sitting in my room one evening when it hit me. At first, I couldn't place it. It wasn't like food or garbage or smoke. It was sharp, chemical, almost sweet in a sickening way. It burned my nose slightly and made the back of my throat feel tight. I opened a window thinking maybe it was something outside, but the smell didn't go away. It got stronger. I walked into the hallway of my apartment sniffing like an idiot, trying to figure out where it was coming from. It seemed to be drifting down from above me, my upstairs neighbors. I had barely seen them since moving in. They kept to themselves. I didn't know how many people lived up there or what they looked like. I just knew they were loud sometimes and that their footsteps echoed through my ceiling because the floors in that building were thin and creaky. I did what a lot of people do when they're worried, but don't want to panic yet. I Googled it. I searched descriptions of chemical smells in apartments. I searched things like strong chemical smell from upstairs neighbor and sweet ammonia smell apartment. I didn't expect much. I thought maybe it was cleaning supplies or some weird renovation. What came up made my stomach drop. Everything I was reading pointed toward meth production. The descriptions matched too closely. The type of smell, the way it lingered, the way it came and went, the warnings about fumes, the danger of explosions, the health risks, the fact that you might never actually see the people doing it. I sat there staring at my screen, feeling that slow, creeping fear settle in. I didn't want to believe it. I kept telling myself there had to be another explanation, but the more I read, the harder it was to ignore the pattern. I decided to move to another room in my apartment just to get away from the smell. I figured maybe it was seeping through one area and would be less noticeable somewhere else. I grabbed my phone and walked into the next room. That's when I heard it. The floorboards above me creaked. Not randomly, not like someone shifting their weight. It sounded deliberate, like someone walking, and then slowly the smell followed me. It wasn't instant, but it was noticeable. Within minutes, that same chemical odor started to fill the air in the new room. My heart started pounding. I stood there, frozen, listening, more creaking. It was like they were tracking my movement through the apartment. I told myself I was being paranoid, that floors creak, that smells travel. But the timing was too perfect. Every time I moved, the sound followed. Every time I tried to put distance between myself and whatever was happening upstairs, it felt like it closed in again. For the last days I lived there, that became my reality. I didn't walk normally through my own apartment anymore. I snuck. I moved slowly. I tried to stay quiet, like I didn't want to announce my presence. I avoided certain rooms. I kept windows cracked open even when it was cold. I slept poorly, always half awake, listening for sounds above me. I never saw them. That was one of the worst parts. I didn't know who they were. I didn't know how many of them there were. I didn't know if they knew I was onto them or if they even cared that I was there. They never came out when I was around. I never crossed paths with them in the hallway. They existed only as footsteps, smells, and the constant reminder that something dangerous was happening directly above my head. On top of all that was the fear of an explosion. Once you read about meth labs, you can't stop thinking about it, how unstable they are, how one mistake can turn an apartment into a fireball, how entire buildings have been destroyed because someone decided to cook drugs inside them. Every time I heard a loud noise upstairs, my body tensed. Every time I smelled something stronger than usual, I wondered if that was the moment everything went wrong. I started imagining worst-case scenarios constantly, waking up to fire, being trapped, not having time to get out. I kept my keys and wallet in the same place, so I could grab them quickly if I needed to run. I thought about escape routes more than anyone should have to think about in their own home. I didn't call the cops. People always ask that when I tell this story. Why didn't you report it? The truth is complicated. Part of it was fear. Fear of retaliation. Fear of being wrong. Fear of making things worse. I had already seen a SWAT team in that complex. I knew what kind of people were around. I didn't want to paint a target on myself if nothing came of it. Another part of it was exhaustion. Living in constant low-level fear wears you down. You stop thinking clearly. You focus on getting through the day, then the next, then the next. And eventually, you realize the only real solution is to leave. So that's what I did. I got out as soon as I could. I didn't wait for the lease to end neatly. I didn't try to make it work. I packed my things and left. The day I moved out, I felt lighter than I had in months. I didn't realize how much tension I had been carrying until it was gone. Even now, thinking back on it makes my chest tighten a little. What scares me most isn't just the drugs or the danger. It's how quiet it all was. How easy it was for something that destructive to exist just a few feet above me without anyone stepping in right away. How normal it all looked from the outside. Just another apartment, just another building people passed every day. I still think about those last nights, creeping from room to room, listening to footsteps that didn't belong to me, breathing air I wasn't sure was safe. I think about how close I was to something going horribly wrong without ever seeing the people responsible. That apartment taught me something I wish I had never learned. Sometimes the scariest situations aren't loud or obvious. Sometimes they're slow, quiet, and chemical smelling, creeping through the walls while you sit there wondering if tonight is the night everything blows up. And sometimes the smartest thing you can do is leave without looking back. There was a house down the street from where we lived that always stood out to me, even before anything bad happened. It wasn't old or run down. It was actually relatively new, built sometime in the mid-2000s, and it looked well cared for. In a neighborhood full of similar homes, it still managed to feel different, like there was something about it you noticed even if you couldn't explain why. The woman who lived there had multiple sclerosis. Her condition had progressed to the point where she needed constant help, so she had a live-in caregiver. People in the neighborhood knew this, but not many people really knew her personally. She kept to herself. What most people did know, though, was that she had a world-famous porcelain doll collection. That wasn't an exaggeration. Collectors and dealers from all over the world knew about it. The dolls were rare, antique, extremely valuable, and meticulously cared for. Hundreds of them, maybe more. People said entire rooms of the house were filled with porcelain faces, glass eyes, delicate hands, and old dresses. Even hearing about it as a kid made my skin crawl a little. I never went inside, but just knowing they were all in there, lined up and staring, was unsettling. Then one night, everything changed. In the middle of the night, the house caught fire. At first, no one noticed. This was a big city, and the houses were close together, but not close enough that flames immediately drew attention. People were asleep. Windows were closed. The fire alarm system in the house was supposed to automatically dial 911 if something like this happened, but for reasons no one could ever fully explain, it failed. The fire burned for around 45 minutes without anyone calling for help. By the time someone finally noticed, it wasn't a neighbor. It was a taxi driver passing through the street. He saw smoke and flames and immediately called 911. When firefighters arrived, the house was already fully engulfed. There was nothing to save. They focused on containing the fire and keeping it from spreading to nearby homes. By the time it was put out, the house was completely destroyed. What came next only made the story worse. Investigators were brought in, including arson specialists from around the world. That alone tells you how strange the fire was. They examined everything they could. The structure, the wiring, the remains, the burn patterns. They searched for accelerants, electrical faults, anything that could explain how a newer home could go up so fast and so completely. They never found a cause. To this day, no one knows how the fire started. When they searched the remains of the house, they found the homeowner's bones near the back door. Based on where she was found, investigators determined that she had been trying to escape. She had made it out of whatever room she was in and toward the exit, but because of her MS, she couldn't move fast enough. She didn't make it. The caregiver was never found. No remains, no trace, no explanation. Whether they escaped, were involved somehow, or were simply not in the house at the time, was never definitively answered. That unanswered question still hangs over the entire case, like a shadow. For me, though, the part that has always stuck in my head isn't just the mystery or the tragedy. It's the image of that doll collection. I can't help but imagine it. Room after room filled with porcelain dolls as the fire spread. The heat cracking their faces, the glass eyes shattering, the dresses burning. Hundreds of frozen expressions surrounded by flames, collapsing shelves, smoke filling the air. Dolls that were meant to last generations reduced to ash in less than an hour. There's something deeply unsettling about that image. Not because the dolls were alive or cursed or anything supernatural like that, but because dolls already sit in that uncomfortable space between human and object. They're meant to look like people, especially children, but they're empty, lifeless. And imagining them all burning at once, in a house where a woman was desperately trying to escape, makes the whole thing feel wrong on a level that's hard to explain. The fact that the fire had no known cause makes it worse. The fact that the alarm failed. The fact that no one noticed for so long. The fact that the caregiver vanished. All of it piles on top of itself until the story feels heavier than it should. Whenever I pass where that house used to be, I still think about it. The dolls, the fire, the woman reaching for the door, the silence of a burning house in the middle of the night while the city slept. It doesn't feel like a ghost story. It feels like one of those real-life tragedies that sticks with you because there are too many unanswered questions and too many unsettling images your mind fills in on its own. And every time I think about those porcelain faces melting in the flames, I still get the creeps. This is something that happened about 4 years ago, and it's one of those experiences that still comes up in my mind every now and then, especially when people talk about surveillance, intelligence work, or how small the world really is. At the time, it didn't feel scary in the traditional sense. There were no weapons, no threats, no violence. But the more you think about it afterward, the more unsettling it becomes. I was serving in the Navy then, and I was out drinking with 2 of my mates from the service. We were in Australia, and that detail matters, because this wasn't some obscure overseas port or a tense conflict zone. This was home, familiar ground, a place where things like this aren't supposed to happen so casually. One of the guys with us was Ukrainian. He was born in Ukraine just before the fall of the Soviet Union, which he always found amusing in a darkly ironic way. He used to joke about it, and every now and then, especially after a few drinks, he'd pull out his old Soviet birth certificate to show people. He treated it like a novelty item, something strange and historical, rather than something tied to fear or oppression. He was proud of where he came from, but he wasn't dramatic about it. He was just a normal guy who happened to have an unusual background. That night we were at a bar on the outskirts of Sydney. Not a tourist spot, not a flashy place, just a regular bar where locals went to drink, talk, and unwind. The kind of place where people don't really pay attention to anyone else unless they're being loud or obnoxious. We were relaxed, a few drinks in, talking about work, about nothing in particular, just enjoying being off duty. At some point, a man walked up to our table. He didn't look especially threatening. Middle-aged, average build, nothing about him screamed danger, but there was something deliberate about the way he approached us, like he knew exactly who he was there to see. He didn't address the group as a whole. He went straight to our Ukrainian mate and started speaking to him in his native language. At first, we laughed it off internally. It's not unheard of for people to recognize accents or take a guess at someone's background. But this wasn't clumsy or hesitant. He didn't ask where he was from. He didn't say hello in English and then switch languages. He walked up and immediately started speaking Ukrainian confidently, like they were picking up a conversation that had already started somewhere else. That alone was enough to make things feel odd. My Ukrainian mate stiffened almost immediately. You could see it in his posture, the way his shoulders tightened and his expression changed. He didn't look happy or surprised. He looked cautious. The 2 of them talked for a minute or 2 quietly, while the rest of us sat there trying not to stare. We exchanged glances. None of us recognized the guy. None of us had seen him before that night. But the way he spoke to our mate suggested familiarity, or at least knowledge that went beyond a random encounter. We decided to leave. It wasn't discussed out loud. Someone just said something like, "All right, let's get out of here," and we all stood up. The man didn't try to stop us. He didn't raise his voice. He just watched as we left, his attention still mostly on our Ukrainian mate. As we walked away, we assumed the obvious explanation. We figured they must know each other somehow. Maybe from back home, maybe from some Ukrainian community in Australia, maybe from work or mutual friends. The fact that the guy went straight to him and spoke Ukrainian made it seem logical. People don't usually do that unless they're confident the other person will understand. So we chalked it up to history we weren't part of. About 5 minutes later, our Ukrainian mate came storming over to us. He was angry, not aggressive, but genuinely upset, confused, and defensive. He called us a pack of jokers and asked what the hell we thought we were doing. We asked him what he meant, and he accused us of setting him up. He was convinced that we had arranged for that man to approach him as some kind of joke or test. That's when things took a turn. He started explaining what the man had said to him. According to him, the guy hadn't just made small talk. He had identified him by name, not a nickname, his full name. He knew his job. He knew what suburb he lived in. He knew which bars we had been at earlier that night before coming to this one. He talked about the situation back in Ukraine, referencing specific things that had been in the news recently. He spoke about politics, about conflict, about identity. At one point, he said something along the lines of, "Home will be free soon, brother. We must all stick together." That line stuck with him, and it stuck with us when he repeated it. We just stared at him. We told him very clearly that we had absolutely nothing to do with it. We hadn't set anything up. We hadn't spoken to anyone. We hadn't even noticed the guy until he walked up. We explained that from our perspective, it looked like someone who already knew him had recognized him and approached him. He didn't believe us at first. From his point of view, the coincidence was too perfect. 3 mates out drinking. One of them gets approached by a stranger who knows intimate details about his life. Then the group conveniently leaves, giving them space to talk. It probably felt staged, like some elaborate prank or test of loyalty. We insisted again. We told him there was no joke, no setup, no plan. That's when the mood shifted from confusion to something colder. One of us pointed out something that hadn't occurred to him yet. We told him that if we didn't set it up, then the only other explanation was that someone had been actively monitoring him. Not casually, not through gossip, but deliberately. Someone who knew where he lived, where he worked, who he associated with, and where he had been that very night. We asked him how else someone could know all of that. That's when he went quiet. You could see the realization sink in slowly. He replayed the conversation in his head, this time without the assumption that it was a prank. The details became more disturbing the more he thought about them. This wasn't someone guessing or bluffing. The information was too accurate, too specific. We told him firmly that he should file a security report. Being in the Navy, that wasn't an overreaction. It was standard procedure when something didn't add up, especially when it involved foreign nationals, sensitive information, or unexplained personal surveillance. Even if it turned out to be nothing, it was better to document it. He resisted at first. No one likes the idea of being watched. No one likes the implication that they're important enough to be noticed by the wrong people. He kept trying to rationalize it. Maybe the guy was from the same town back home. Maybe he had mutual friends. Maybe he had seen him on social media and pieced things together. But none of those explanations really held up. Social media doesn't tell you which bar someone was at an hour ago. Mutual friends don't usually know your full work details and current movements unless they're very close. And even then, the timing was too precise. We pressed the issue. We told him that even if he thought it was nothing, the Navy would want to know. That intelligence work doesn't always look like spies in trench coats. Sometimes it looks like a casual conversation in a bar. I don't know if he ever filed that report. He said he would. He said he'd think about it. After that night, we didn't talk about it much. People tend to avoid subjects that make them uncomfortable, especially when there's no clear resolution. Life moved on, deployments happened, people got reassigned. We didn't all stay in the same place, but the memory stuck with me. What unsettles me most isn't the idea that someone was watching him. That's disturbing, sure, but it's also abstract. What really gets under my skin is how normal it all looked from the outside. A bar, a conversation, a stranger saying hello in a familiar language. If you didn't know the context, you wouldn't have thought twice about it. It made me realize how easily information can be gathered, how casually it can be deployed, and how little it takes to remind someone that they're not as anonymous as they think they are. especially if they come from a place with political significance, conflict, or historical baggage. My Ukrainian mate wasn't a high-ranking official. He wasn't famous. He wasn't powerful. He was just a guy serving in the Navy, living his life in another country. And yet, someone knew enough about him to walk up and make him feel exposed in the span of a few sentences. That's the part that lingers. Not fear, exactly. Just awareness. A reminder that sometimes you don't know who's paying attention or why. And that sometimes the most unsettling encounters aren't loud or dramatic. They're quiet, polite, and wrapped in words that sound almost friendly. Whenever I think back on that night, I remember the look on his face when he realized we weren't joking. That moment when confusion turned into understanding, when the idea of being singled out stopped being theoretical and became personal. Nothing else ever came of it, as far as I know. No follow-up, no explanation, no second encounter, just a stranger in a bar, a language spoken without hesitation, and a reminder that some conversations are never as random as they seem. Before we move on, I have to ask you something. Have you ever lived somewhere that made you genuinely scared to be in your own home? Not just annoyed by noise or bad parking, but actually unsafe? Like you're wondering if tonight's the night something goes wrong? Because honestly, after hearing that meth lab story, I'm starting to think this is way more common than people admit. If you've got a neighbor story that made you move out or consider it, drop it in the comments. I want to know how many of us have been through something like this. This happened when I was much younger, back when I was still a kid, and the world felt bigger, darker, and harder to understand. It's one of those memories that never really faded, no matter how much time passed. I've gone back and forth on it in my head for years, trying to explain it, trying to convince myself it was nothing, but the feeling of it has never fully gone away. My family and I were staying at our summer house out east. It wasn't a fancy place, just a simple house we used during warmer months. It always felt different from our regular home. The air smelled different. The nights were quieter. Sounds carried farther. Even as a kid, I remember feeling like the place had its own personality, especially at night. That evening was completely normal. Nothing strange had happened during the day. We had eaten, talked, and relaxed like we always did. When night came, my mom, my sister, and I were sitting together watching a movie in one room. My brother had already gone to sleep in another room. Everything felt safe and ordinary. As the movie went on, I started getting tired. My eyes felt heavy, and my body felt sluggish in that way it does when you're just about to fall asleep. I told my mom and sister goodnight and walked down the hallway to the room where my brother was sleeping. There was a cot set up next to his bed, and that's where I planned to sleep. The room was long, longer than it needed to be, and that always bothered me a little. At one end was where my brother and I slept, and the other end disappeared into darkness. The lights were off, and only a little bit of glow from the hallway made it inside. The air was hot and sticky, the kind of heat that makes it hard to get comfortable. My skin felt damp, and the sheets clung to me. I lay down on the cot and tried to fall asleep. I tossed and turned, shifting from one side to the other, trying to find a position that felt right. Every little sound seemed louder than usual. The creak of the cot, the faint hum of the house settling, my brother's slow breathing nearby. I remember staring into the darkness, feeling that familiar childhood fear of the dark creeping in. Not panic, just that uneasy feeling that makes you pull the covers a little higher. That's when I heard it. Tap, tap. The sound was sharp and clear, like two wooden sticks hitting something solid. It came from the opposite end of the room, far away from where I was lying. At first, I froze. My body went completely still. I told myself it was nothing. Houses make noises, wood expands and contracts. That's what adults always say. In my head, I thought, what was that? I waited, holding my breath without even realizing it. Then I heard it again. Tap, tap. The sound was unmistakable. It wasn't random. It wasn't a creak or a pop. It was deliberate, rhythmic, and it was closer than before. A chill ran through me. I pulled the covers up a little higher, my heart starting to beat faster. I told myself not to. Be stupid. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was tired, that my brain was playing tricks on me because I was scared of the dark. Then it happened again. Tap, tap, closer. This time I felt it in my chest. The fear wasn't abstract anymore. It was real and physical. My stomach tightened and my throat felt dry. I realized that each set of taps was moving toward me, slowly but steadily, every 5 to 10 seconds. Whatever was making the sound was traveling across the room. I turned my head slightly toward my brother and nudged him gently, hoping he would wake up. He didn't move. He was fast asleep, completely unaware of what was happening just a few feet away. Tap, tap. Closer still. I pulled the covers over my head, hiding beneath them like that could somehow protect me. My breathing became shallow and I tried desperately to keep it quiet. I didn't want whatever it was to know I was awake. I didn't want it to know I was there. Another tap, another tap. The sound was now close enough that I could tell exactly where it was coming from. I could almost picture it, even though I couldn't see anything. My mind started filling in the gaps, imagining shapes and movements I didn't want to imagine. I started nudging my brother harder. Tap, tap. I shook him gently at first, then more urgently. He didn't respond. Panic set in. I didn't want to call out. I didn't want to scream. I felt trapped between the need to stay silent and the need for someone, anyone, to wake up. Tap, tap. It was close. Too close. I was shaking now, my whole body trembling under the covers. My heart felt like it was trying to beat its way out of my chest. My thoughts were racing, jumping from one terrifying idea to another. What was it? Why was it moving toward me? What would happen when it reached me? Tap, tap. I could tell it was only a few feet away now. I started violently shaking my brother, still trying to stay quiet, tears burning in my eyes. He mumbled something, but didn't wake up. The frustration and fear mixed together until I felt like I was going to burst. Tap, tap, it was right there. I could hear it so clearly that it felt like the sound was inside my head as much as outside it. Every tap echoed in my body. I could feel where the sound came from, like it had weight to it. Tap, tap. I realized then that whatever was making the sound was on the nightstand next to my head, only about a foot away. I felt nauseous. My stomach twisted and I thought I was going to throw up. Time seemed to slow down. Every second stretched into something unbearable. My thoughts spiraled into pure fear. What if I waited? What if the taps moved onto me? What if something touched me? What if I died right there in the dark, under the covers, and no one even knew what was happening? My head was spinning. I felt dizzy, overwhelmed, completely helpless. I don't know how long I stayed like that. It might have been seconds. It might have been minutes. It felt like hours. Tap, tap. I couldn't take it anymore. In one sudden burst, I threw the covers off, screamed, and ran. I sprinted out of the room as fast as I could, my feet slapping against the floor, my breath coming out in panicked gasps. I didn't look back. I didn't slow down. I ran straight toward the light, toward my mom, toward safety. The moment I reached her, the fear came pouring out of me all at once. My body was shaking, my chest hurt, and I could barely catch my breath. The light felt blinding after the darkness. The normal sounds of the house felt unreal, like I had stepped into a different world. I never told them what happened. Not really. I didn't think they would care. Or maybe I thought they wouldn't believe me. Kids hear things. Kids imagine things. That's what adults say. I didn't have the words to explain how real it felt, how clear the sound was, how deliberate and close it became. So I kept it to myself. Years later, I still think about it. I've tried to explain it logically. I've read about auditory hallucinations, about how fear and exhaustion can make the brain create incredibly realistic sounds. I've read about sleep-related phenomena, about how the mind can be awake while the body is still half dreaming. I've tried to convince myself that's what it was, but the problem is I know I wasn't asleep. I remember everything too clearly. I remember the heat, the smell of the room, the exact rhythm of the taps, the way each one moved closer, the way I could tell where the sound was coming from. It didn't feel like something inside my head. It felt external, solid, real. That's what makes it so hard to let go of. Even now, I can still hear it if I think about it too long. Tap, tap, the sound of something approaching, slowly, patiently, without urgency. That's what scared me the most. There was no rush to it. Whatever it wasn't frantic. It was calm. Sometimes I wonder if my mind really did trick me. If fear fed into itself until my brain created a pattern that wasn't actually there. That explanation makes sense on paper. It's comforting. It gives me something to hold on to. But there's a part of me that still isn't convinced. Because fear doesn't usually come with such precision. Fear is messy. It's chaotic. What I experienced felt structured, measured, intentional. I don't claim it was something supernatural. I don't say it was a ghost or a presence or anything like that. I honestly don't know what it was. I just know how it felt and how deeply it stayed with me. That night changed the way I experienced darkness. Even years later, I'm more aware of sounds at night. I notice patterns. I listen more closely than I probably should. Sometimes when a house creaks or something taps against a surface, my body reacts before my mind does. I've learned that childhood fear has a way of embedding itself deep inside you. Even when you grow up, even when you understand logic and reason, those early experiences don't just disappear. They become part of how you perceive the world. I don't expect anyone to give me a perfect answer. I don't know if there is one. Maybe it really was my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe my fear of the dark combined with exhaustion and heat created something vivid and unforgettable. Or maybe it was something else entirely. All I know is that it felt real. It sounded real. And in that moment, under the covers, listening to those taps come closer and closer, the fear was as real as anything I've ever felt. And even now, after all these years, that memory still taps quietly at the back of my mind. My father is a dentist, and over the years he's heard a lot of stories from his patients. Most of them are ordinary. Some are sad. A few stay with you forever. This is one of those. He told it to me when I was younger, not to scare me, but because it was something that had clearly never left him. Even now, when I think about it, it still feels heavy in a quiet, helpless way. We live in Croatia, and here there's a tradition that happens every year. When high school seniors finish their final year, there's a massive celebration. The whole city feels it. Students are out in the streets all day, drinking, singing, yelling, throwing flour and paint, just letting everything out after years of school. For most people, it's a happy memory. Loud, messy, but harmless. Or at least, that's how it's supposed to be. About 20 years ago, on one of those days, the son of one of my father's patients was walking home from school. He was still young, just a kid really, caught up in a normal day. He wasn't partying, he wasn't drunk, he was just going home. His route took him through the main square of Zagreb, a place everyone knows, a place that's usually full of life, tourists, music, and history. In that square, there's a well. It's one of those things you grow up seeing and never really think about. It's just there, part of the scenery. People walk past it every day without giving it a second thought. That day, though, it became the center of something terrible. 4 guys were there. They were drunk, heavily drunk, caught up in the chaos of the celebrations. Whether they were seniors themselves or just people taking advantage of the day, no one ever really knew. What mattered was that they saw this kid walking by and decided, for reasons that will never make sense, to mess with him. They grabbed him. Before he could really react, before he could understand what was happening, they picked him up and threw him into the well. It wasn't a prank in the harmless sense. It wasn't funny. It was reckless, violent, and cruel. As he fell, he hit the edge of the well with the back of his head. Hard. The 4 guys ran off. They disappeared into the crowd, into the noise, into the celebration. No one stopped them. No one caught them. To them, it was probably just a moment. A stupid, drunken action they didn't think twice about. Something they might not even remember clearly the next day. The kid somehow managed to get out of the well. That part always breaks my heart the most. He was injured, but he was still conscious, still able to walk, still able to think, at least enough to get himself home. He made it back to his family and told them what had happened. He told them that some drunk guys had thrown him into the well and that he had hit his head. At the time, it didn't seem like an emergency. Head injuries can be deceptive. People don't always collapse right away. Sometimes they talk, walk, laugh, and seem fine. His family probably thought he was shaken, maybe bruised, maybe had a concussion. They told him to rest. He went to bed. During the night, his brain began to swell. By morning, he wasn't responding. He wouldn't wake up. Panic set in immediately. An ambulance was called. He was rushed to the hospital. Doctors did everything they could, but it was already too late. The swelling had caused irreversible damage. He was pronounced brain dead. A kid who had been walking home from school the day before was gone. Not because of an accident he caused, not because of illness, not because of war or disaster, just because 4 drunk people thought it would be funny to throw someone into a well. When my father told me this story, he didn't raise his voice. He didn't dramatize it. He told it slowly, almost carefully, like each detail carried weight. He talked about the parents, about the way grief changes people, about how they sat in his dental chair years later, still carrying that loss with them in their faces, in the way they spoke, in the silence between sentences. The part that disturbed him the most is the same part that disturbs me. Those 4 guys were never found. They never knew what they had done. Somewhere out there, they went on with their lives. They sobered up. They finished school. They got jobs. Maybe they got married. Maybe they had children of their own. They might remember that day as just another wild celebration, another blurry memory from their youth. They will probably never know that a boy died because of them. They will never know that a family lost their son, that parents woke up every day afterward to a house that felt wrong and empty, that birthdays became painful, that holidays were never the same, that their stupid, careless moment rippled outward and destroyed lives. That's what makes this story so hard to sit with. It wasn't planned. It wasn't targeted. It wasn't personal. It was random, pure chance. Wrong place, wrong time. A kid walking through a square he had walked through countless times before. It's terrifying in a quiet way, because it reminds you how fragile everything really is, how close life and death can be, how one moment, one decision made by strangers can end everything without warning. Whenever I think about that story, I think about how often we assume we're safe just because we're doing something normal, walking home, passing through a public place, living our routine lives. We don't expect danger in those moments, and most of the time, we're right. But sometimes, unpredictably, the world turns cruel for no reason at all. My father said that case changed the way he looked at people. It made him more aware of how much pain strangers can carry quietly. It made him more protective, more cautious, especially when it came to young people and alcohol and crowds. For me, it changed the way I think about responsibility. Not just legal responsibility, but moral responsibility. The idea that what you do when you're drunk still matters. That just messing around can have consequences far beyond what you imagine. That you don't get to decide whether something was harmless after the fact. That kid didn't get a second chance. He didn't get to grow up, to finish school, to fall in love, to build a life. His story ended in a place that was supposed to be safe, on a day that was supposed to be a celebration, and the people who caused it will likely never know. That's the part that still makes my stomach sink, not just the loss itself, but the silence around it. The absence of accountability, the idea that sometimes the worst damage is done without anyone ever realizing they were responsible. He was just at the wrong place at the wrong time, and that's all it took. This is one of those things I've carried quietly for a long time. It isn't something I've ever really talked about, not because I wanted to protect anyone, but because once you say something like this out loud, it becomes real in a way you can't undo. Even now, telling it feels strange, like opening a door I've kept shut for years. It's not a ghost story or a campfire legend, even though it starts like one. It's just something that happened, and the weight of it never really left me. I was about 20 at the time. I lived in a small area where people made up stories out of boredom as much as fear. There was a local urban legend everyone knew about, something people joked about more than believed. They called it the Angry Hobbit, a ridiculous name, really. Supposedly, this angry little creature lived near a swimming hole in the woods. People said it would watch you, throw rocks, or scare you off if you stayed too long. Nobody took it seriously. It was just one of those things people laughed about when they were drunk or trying to scare someone new. The swimming hole itself was a real place. It was out in the woods, secluded, quiet, the kind of place you went when you didn't want to be seen. What most people didn't really think about was that it wasn't a natural swimming hole at all. It was an old strip mine that had filled with water over the years. The water was dark and incredibly deep, with sheer drops and sharp rock edges hidden below the surface. Well, it looked peaceful, but it wasn't safe. One night, a few friends and I decided to head out there with some beers to cool off. It was one of those nights where no one was thinking very far ahead. We were young, restless, and convinced nothing bad could really happen to us. The legend came up in passing, mostly as a joke. Someone laughed about the angry hobbit. Someone else rolled their eyes. That was it. There was one friend with us who was a bit younger than the rest. Not by much, but enough that he still had that careless confidence people have before life teaches them otherwise. At some point, he wandered off to take a piss. As he stood up to go, I jokingly told him about the legend again, trying to freak him out a little. I didn't mean anything by it. I honestly didn't believe it myself. He shrugged it off and disappeared into the trees. 5 minutes passed, then he came back. At first, I didn't understand what I was seeing. He stumbled out of the darkness toward us, and there was blood on his shirt. A lot of blood. It wasn't a scrape or a cut on his arm. It was coming from his torso. His face was pale, his eyes wide in a way I'd never seen before. He tried to talk, but the words didn't come out right. He was gasping, struggling to breathe. Panic hit all of us at once. He had been stabbed, not slashed, not cut by a branch or a rock. Stabbed. Later, we would understand that his lung had been punctured. At that moment, all we knew was that something had gone very wrong, very fast. Between gasps, he managed to say that someone had come out of the woods and attacked him. Not a monster, not some imaginary creature, a person, a homeless man. He described him as very small, someone who had clearly been living out there for a long time. The angry hobbit wasn't a creature at all. It was a homeless little person who had been living in the woods for years, mostly unseen, mostly ignored, until someone wandered too close. Everything after that is a blur, but certain moments are burned into my memory. One friend took off running to get help. Another stayed with the injured guy, trying to keep him conscious, trying to stop the bleeding as best we could with what we had. I remember the smell of blood mixed with damp earth. I remember how quiet the woods suddenly felt, like everything was holding its breath. Then something happened that I still don't fully understand. Another friend went back into the woods supposedly to check on things, to make sure the attacker was gone, or maybe to look for help from another direction. He came back a short time later and told us calmly not to worry about the injured guy anymore. He said it like it was nothing. He said the swimming hole was incredibly deep. He reminded us that it was an old strip mine. He said it in a way that made my stomach turn, even then. At the time, I was too shocked, too overwhelmed to fully process what he was implying. I just remember feeling cold, like something inside me had dropped away. The injured friend was gone after that. I don't remember seeing him taken away. I don't remember an ambulance. I don't remember police lights. I remember confusion, fear, and people suddenly acting like they wanted to forget the entire night had ever happened. A few days later, I went back. I don't know why. Maybe I was looking for proof that I hadn't imagined it. Maybe I needed to see the place in daylight to make sense of it. Maybe part of me hoped I'd find nothing and could convince myself it was all wrong. The woods looked different during the day, less threatening, more ordinary. Birds were out. Sunlight filtered through the trees. It almost felt peaceful, which made what I found even worse. Near where we had been sitting, there was a rock covered in dried blood. Not a little blood, enough that there was no mistaking what it was. From that rock, there was a drag mark in the dirt and leaves. It led away from the area deeper into the woods, toward a cliff that dropped straight down into the water. I stood there for a long time, staring at it. No body, no sign of a struggle beyond that. Just the silent evidence of something terrible having happened. That was the moment everything clicked into place. The homeless man had stabbed him, yes. But I don't believe he was the one who finished it. I'm fairly sure one of my own friends did. I'm fairly sure he decided it was easier to make the problem disappear than to deal with the consequences. The swimming hole was deep enough that if a body went in, it could surface far away or not at all. The area was secluded enough that no one would notice. No one was around. No one was watching. After that day, I never talked about it. I never went back to that swimming hole. I never spoke to anyone who had been there that night again. Not out of loyalty, not out of fear even. It was more like a switch flipped inside me. I didn't want to know these people anymore. I didn't want to share space with them. I didn't want to hear their voices and remember what I'd seen. I also didn't go to the police. That's something I've thought about a lot. I've asked myself whether that makes me complicit, whether my silence makes me just as guilty. I don't have a clean answer. I was young. I was scared. I didn't know what I could prove. I didn't know who would believe me. All I knew was that speaking up would drag me into something I didn't know how to survive. So I stayed quiet. Years passed. Life moved on in the way it always does, indifferent to what we carry inside us. I built a life. I met new people. I laughed. I worked. But that night never really left me. It sits in the back of my mind, waiting. Sometimes it comes back in dreams. Sometimes it comes back when I hear about unsolved cases, about bodies found in water, about people who vanish without explanation. The worst part isn't the violence itself. It's the realization that the legend wasn't the danger. The danger was people. The danger was how quickly someone could decide another person was disposable. How easily a bad situation could turn into something irreversible because someone chose the simplest, cruelest option. I think about the kid who was stabbed, about how he laughed it off, about how he walked into the woods thinking nothing would happen, about how his life ended not because of a monster in the trees, but because of human choices layered on top of each other. I also think about the homeless man, about how he lived out there unseen for years, becoming a joke, a legend, something people mocked instead of understood. I don't excuse what he did. Stabbing someone is unforgivable. But I can't ignore the fact that he existed in a space where no one cared enough to notice him until something horrible happened. And then there's my friend, the one I believe did the worst thing. I don't know how he lives with it. I don't know if he thinks about it at all. I don't know if he tells himself a story that makes it easier to sleep at night. I don't know if he even remembers it clearly, or if he's buried it under years of denial. I know I remember. That place taught me something I didn't want to learn at 20. That sometimes the most terrifying thing isn't a legend or a story people tell to scare each other. It's the moment you realize you're surrounded by people capable of doing something unforgivable and then pretending it never happened. I never talked about it until now. I don't know if saying it changes anything. I don't know if it helps, but it feels wrong to carry it forever without ever letting it exist outside my own head. Some places aren't haunted by monsters. They're haunted by what people did there and by the silence that followed. This isn't really a scary story. It's more of a heavy one, the kind that sits quietly in your chest and comes back when you least expect it. It's about regret and that awful feeling that if just one small thing had gone differently, someone might still be alive. I've carried it for years, and even now I don't know if telling it makes it lighter or just reminds me why it still hurts. This happened about 12 years ago. I was young, still figuring out who I was, still living in that phase of life where everything feels important and temporary at the same time. I had just started dating a girl. She wasn't just my girlfriend, she was also very close to one of my best friends at the time, who was also a girl. The three of us spent a lot of time together, and back then, it felt like nothing could really go wrong. We were young, we were broke, and we were used to just walking everywhere, or relying on other people for rides. One night, we were meeting up with two other friends. One of them was an old friend who had moved to the United States. He was back visiting, and it felt special to see him again. The other was a girl we'd known since high school. She was dramatic, always had something going on, always in the middle of some conflict. Even back then, we all knew she had issues she hadn't worked through, but she was still part of the group, so we accepted it as normal. We ended up going to her boyfriend's house. I didn't really know the guy well. He wasn't someone I disliked, just someone I hadn't spent much time around. My girlfriend and I walked to his place, and once everyone was there, we just hung out. Nothing wild. We played a little poker, talked, killed time the way young people do when they don't really have anywhere else to be. Since none of us had cars or driver's licenses yet, the plan was for the boyfriend to drive us all home. It was late, but not unusually late. The night felt ordinary. That's part of what makes it so hard to think about now. There were no warning signs that this night would become something I'd replay in my head for years. I lived on the other side of town from the rest of the group, so the plan was to drop me off first. Before we left, though, the boyfriend and my dramatic old friend got into an argument. It was pointless. The kind of argument that doesn't even have a clear beginning or end. Just raised voices, hurt egos, and the same old patterns repeating themselves. It wasn't new. They had fought before. Everyone had seen it before. Still, something about it bothered me that night. I tried to get them to stop. I remember feeling annoyed more than anything else at first. I just wanted to go home. I didn't want to sit there listening to them go at each other over nothing. I told them it wasn't worth it. I told them to drop it. I pushed harder than I usually would, and after some back and forth, they finally stopped. We got into the car. Looking back, that moment feels heavier than it should. At the time, it felt like such a small thing, just getting two people to stop arguing so we could leave. I didn't think of it as something meaningful. I didn't think it mattered in any lasting way. He dropped me off at my place first, just like planned. He got out of the car, said my goodbyes, and went inside. Everything still felt normal. I didn't have a cell phone back then, so once I was home, I was cut off from whatever was happening out there, unless someone called the house. Not long after I got home, the phone rang. It was my friend from the US. I could hear it immediately, even before he said anything clearly. Police sirens, ambulance sounds, chaos in the background, the kind of noise that doesn't belong in a casual phone call. My stomach dropped before I even knew why. I asked him what happened. His voice was shaking. He told me they had been driving, turning the car after a red light. A guy around our age had run across the street trying to catch a bus. They hit him. He was dead on the spot. I remember sitting there, holding the phone, not fully understanding what I was hearing. It didn't feel real. It felt like he was describing something from a movie or a news story, not something that had just happened to people I knew on streets I had walked. My friend was a mess. He was shaking when he talked. He stayed shaken for days afterward. That night changed him. He never came back to visit again after that. Not once. I don't blame him. I think that night burned itself into him in a way he didn't know how to escape. After the call ended, everything hit me at once. The anger came first. Anger at the situation. Anger at how pointless it all was. Anger at how fast everything had gone wrong. And then the guilt followed, heavy and suffocating. I kept thinking about the argument. If I had convinced them to stop fighting earlier, if we had left even a minute sooner, if I had decided to walk home instead of getting a ride, if any small detail had changed, would that guy still be alive? I know logically that I didn't cause the accident. I know I wasn't driving the car. I know I didn't push anyone into the street. I know that life doesn't work on clean cause and effect lines the way our guilt wants it to. But logic doesn't stop the thoughts from coming. The worst part came later when I found out who the guy was. He wasn't a stranger. He was someone I knew. Someone I had played basketball with a lot. Someone who was really close friends with another group of people I used to hang out with. Not a best friend, not someone I talked to every day, but someone familiar. Someone real. Someone with a face, a laugh, a presence. That made it all so much worse. It stopped being an abstract tragedy and became personal. I could picture him running for the bus. I could picture the kind of thing he'd joke about. I could picture him on the court. And then I had to picture him dying alone on the street because of a moment that felt so random and yet so cruelly precise. For a long time after that, I replayed the night over and over in my head. I obsessed over the timing, the argument, the drive, the drop-off. I wondered if I should have stayed in the car longer, if I should have said something different, if I should have insisted on walking home instead. That's the trap guilt sets for you. It convinces you that you had more control than you really did. Over time, I've come to understand that life is fragile in ways we don't like to think about. People like to believe that bad things only happen when someone makes a big, obvious mistake. But that's not how it works. Sometimes everything lines up just wrong. Sometimes a life ends because of timing, coincidence, and momentum that no one can fully control. Knowing that doesn't make the feeling go away. It just makes it quieter. Even now, years later, that night still bothers me. Not every day, not constantly, but it comes back when I least expect it, when I hear sirens at night, when I see someone running across the street, when I think about how many tiny decisions we make every day without realizing how much they matter. I don't blame myself the way I used to, but I still feel that ache, that sense of what if, that sadness that comes from knowing someone is gone and that their absence rippled through so many lives, including mine. If there's anything I took from that experience, it's this. Life really can be taken away in an instant, not always because of malice or recklessness, but sometimes just because the world doesn't pause long enough for us to catch up. And sometimes all you're left with is the wish that you could go back and change something small. Say one more thing, take one more step, slow time down just enough. You can't. All you can do is carry the lesson forward, cherish life, hold the people you love close, say the things you mean to say. Don't assume there will always be another night, another ride, another chance to make things right, because sometimes there isn't. This is something that happened recently to a friend of mine, and it still doesn't feel real when I think about it. It's not a scary story. There's nothing mysterious or dramatic about it. It's just one of those moments in life that hits you hard and leaves you sitting with a feeling you don't quite know what to do with. A mix of sadness, shock, regret, and that quiet realization that nothing is guaranteed, no matter how young you are. He was a close friend, someone I talked to regularly. We were all in uni together, still in that phase of life where the future feels wide open and mostly safe. Plans were always being made. There was always something coming up, a party, a night out, a trip, something to look forward to. Death didn't feel like something that belonged in our world yet. About a week before everything happened, he went on vacation to Korea. He was excited about it, posting pictures, sending messages, telling us about the food, the places he was seeing, the experience of being somewhere completely different. While he was there, he kept talking about how much he was looking forward to coming back home. He kept saying that when he got back, we'd all go out drinking, catch up properly, celebrate him being back. It felt normal, casual, like the kind of thing you say all the time without thinking twice. Nothing about his messages sounded off. He was happy, energized, making plans, looking ahead. When he finally came back, he didn't even slow down. Almost immediately, he went out to a party. That night, sometime in the middle of it, he called me and a few other friends. It was late, really late, the kind of time where most people either have their phones on silent or are already asleep. I remember seeing the missed call later and thinking nothing of it at first. I assumed he was drunk, calling to say something stupid, or inviting us out last minute the way people do when they're already having a good time. Most of us didn't answer. That's the part that sticks with me the most. The next morning, everything changed. I woke up to messages that didn't make sense at first. People asking if I'd heard. People saying his name followed by words that didn't feel like they belonged together. Accident, passed away, gone. At first, I thought it had to be a mistake, some kind of misunderstanding, a rumor that would be corrected in a few minutes. That happens sometimes. Someone gets hurt, someone exaggerates, panic spreads, and then it turns out they're fine. I kept waiting for that moment where someone would say, "Never mind, he's okay." It never came. Instead, the details slowly started to trickle in. He had died that night. There had been an accident. Beyond that, the stories weren't clear. Different versions floated around. Different explanations. I didn't want to dig into it. I didn't want to ask his parents or his family what really happened. It didn't feel right. Whatever the truth was, it wouldn't bring him back, and it wasn't my place to satisfy curiosity at the cost of their pain. What mattered was that he was gone. The fact that he had called us just hours before made it harder to accept. That phone call replayed in my head over and over. I kept thinking about what he might have wanted to say. Was he just checking in? Was he inviting us out? Was he just in a good mood and wanted to hear familiar voices? Or was there something else? Something he wanted to talk about? I'll never know. That uncertainty is its own kind of grief. Knowing that someone reached out and you didn't pick up, and now you never will. It's not that I blame myself. I know I couldn't have known. I know people miss calls all the time. But knowing that doesn't stop the feeling from settling in anyway. I keep thinking about how excited he was to come back, how sure he was that there was more time, more nights out, more conversations, more everything. There wasn't in the days after. His death, everything felt strange. Time moved differently. Conversations felt hollow. People spoke more quietly, more carefully. It was like the world had tilted slightly, just enough to make everything feel off. Classes continued, life continued, but it all felt wrong, like we were pretending nothing had happened, when something massive had just been ripped out of our lives. I remember thinking about how young we all were, how this wasn't supposed to happen yet. Death is something you expect to deal with later, after people have lived full lives, after illnesses, after long goodbyes. Not like this. Not suddenly. Not to someone who was making plans days earlier. A few weeks later, his family organized a celebration for his birthday. That alone felt surreal, celebrating the birthday of someone who wasn't there anymore. But it wasn't a sad, quiet gathering the way I expected. It was full of people, friends, family, laughter mixed with tears, stories being told, memories shared. It wasn't about pretending he hadn't died. It was about honoring the fact that he had lived. Then came something none of us saw coming. His family revealed that his girlfriend was pregnant. They did it as part of the gathering with a gender reveal. The room went silent for a moment, and then everything exploded into emotion. Shock, joy, grief, hope, all tangled together in a way that's hard to put into words. It felt unreal. Here we were, mourning someone who was gone, and at the same time being told that a part of him was still coming into the world. A child who would never meet their father but would carry his blood, his name, his story forward. I didn't know how to feel. On one hand, it was beautiful, a reminder that life doesn't stop, even when it feels like it should. On the other hand, it made the loss feel even heavier. He should have been there. He should have been the one announcing it. He should have been planning a future, not being remembered at a birthday. Celebration held in his absence. That contrast messed with my head more than anything else. It still does. I think about that child sometimes, about how they'll grow up hearing stories about a father they never got to know, about how every birthday, every milestone will come with a quiet reminder of what's missing, about how love and loss can exist side by side in such a brutal way. Losing him forced me to confront something I'd never really thought about before, how fragile everything is, how quickly plans turn into memories, how easily later becomes never. I keep thinking about the version of myself from before that night, the one who assumed there would always be more time, more chances to answer calls, more opportunities to say the things that matter. That version of me feels naive now, not stupid, just unaware. I wish I had known that the last time I saw him was the last time. I wish I had known that the messages he sent from Korea were some of the last ones I'd ever get. I wish I had known that the missed call in the middle of the night would turn into something I'd think about for years. But that's the thing, you never know. If we did, life would be unbearable. Every goodbye would feel final. Every unanswered call would feel like a potential tragedy. We can only live assuming there will be more time, because the alternative is impossible. Still, that doesn't stop the regret from sneaking in. Not regret in the sense of guilt, but regret in the sense of longing. Wanting one more conversation, one more night out, one more chance to say, "I'll see you soon," and have it be true. What hurts the most is how normal everything was, right up until it wasn't. There was no warning, No slow decline, no chance to prepare. One moment he was alive, excited, making plans. The next, he was gone. That kind of loss leaves you feeling unsteady. It makes you look at everyone around you differently. Friends, family, strangers. You start noticing how temporary everything really is. I don't think about death constantly now, but I think about life differently. I answer calls more often. I say yes to plans more than I used to. I try not to leave things unsaid when I can help it. Not because I'm afraid, but because I've seen how quickly opportunities disappear. Sometimes I still imagine what that night would have been like if I had answered. Maybe it would have been nothing. Maybe he would have just laughed, told me where he was, and hung up. Or maybe it would have been a conversation I'd remember forever. I'll never know, and that's something I've had to accept. Grief doesn't always come as overwhelming sadness. Sometimes it comes as quiet thoughts late at night. Sometimes it comes as a strange feeling when your phone rings. Sometimes it comes as a smile followed by a sudden ache when you remember something funny they used to do. Losing a friend this early in life changes you. It forces you to grow up in a way you didn't ask for. It teaches you that nothing is promised, not tomorrow, not next week, not even the rest of the night. I still think about him when we go out drinking. I still think about him when someone mentions Korea. I still think about him when I see missed calls on my phone. He's part of my life now in a different way, woven into memories instead of moments. It feels weird. It feels unfair. It feels unfinished. But it's real. If there's one thing this has taught me, it's this. Don't assume you'll always have another chance. Don't put off saying you care. Don't ignore the small moments because you think they'll always be there. You never know when someone's time is going to come. And sometimes the hardest part isn't the loss itself, but realizing how much you took for granted before it happened. This is one of those stories that doesn't rely on fear or mystery to be horrifying. It's horrifying because it actually happened, because every step of it involved failures by adults who were supposed to protect a child, and because the victim came so close to surviving. The closer you look at it, the worse it gets. One of the last victims of Jeffrey Dahmer was a 14-year-old boy. He was just a kid. Not someone living on the margins of society in the way people like to imagine when they distance themselves from tragedy, but a child who trusted the wrong adult at the wrong moment. Dahmer lured him back to his apartment. This wasn't unusual behavior for Dahmer. He relied on charm, lies, and the assumption that no one would look too closely at a quiet man who seemed awkward but harmless. Once the boy was inside, Dahmer drugged him. The drugs left him confused, disoriented, and unable to properly defend himself or understand what was happening. What Dahmer did next is almost impossible to comprehend. He attempted a lobotomy using a household drill, not in a medical setting, not with any knowledge or care, just a drill driven into the boy's skull. The goal wasn't mercy or treatment. It was control. Dahmer wanted a living person who could not resist him, who could not leave, who could not say no. The boy survived the initial attack, but the damage was devastating. He could no longer speak properly. He was barely able to stand. Whatever sense of reality he had left was fractured, and yet somehow, through pain, confusion, and trauma, he did something extraordinary. He escaped. While Dahmer left the apartment, the boy stumbled out into the street wearing only his underwear. He was bleeding. He was disoriented. He was clearly injured. He was a child in obvious distress, wandering in public, unable to explain what had been done to him. 3 women saw him. They immediately recognized that something was wrong and called the police. They tried to help him. They stayed with him. They didn't ignore him. They didn't walk away. They did what people are supposed to do when they see someone vulnerable and in danger. When the police arrived, the situation should have been clear. A naked, bleeding, non-verbal teenage boy in the middle of the street is not a misunderstanding. It is not a minor issue. It is not something you brush off. It is an emergency. But the officers assumed he was drunk. They treated him like a problem to be handled quickly, not a victim to be protected. They didn't try to communicate with him in a meaningful way. They didn't consider that he might be injured or terrified or incapable of speaking because of trauma. Then Dahmer returned. He saw the police outside his apartment building, talking to the women and the boy. And he stepped in calmly, confidently, and lied. He told the officers that the boy was his house guest. He said he was embarrassed. He said the boy sometimes behaved this way after drinking too much. And the police believed him. They didn't question why a 14-year-old would be drinking with a grown man. They didn't question why the boy couldn't speak. They didn't question the blood. They didn't question the fear in his body language. They didn't listen to the women who were trying to explain that something was very wrong. Dahmer invited the officers into his apartment. They went inside. He showed them the boy's clothes. He showed them Polaroid photos he had taken earlier, presenting them as proof that the boy belonged there. The officers accepted this without digging deeper. They didn't perform a search. They didn't open closed doors. They didn't look around carefully. Behind one of those closed doors on the bedroom floor was the body of another victim from an earlier murder. The officers never found it. They left. And they left the boy behind. Imagine what that moment must have been like. A 14-year-old child, severely injured, unable to speak, having just escaped unimaginable violence, finally sees help arrive. Police officers, authority figures, people he has probably been taught his entire life are there to protect him. He is brought back to the place where he was tortured, back to the man who did it to him. And then the door closes. There is no rescue. There is no second chance. There is no one left to help. Dahmer killed him shortly afterward. That's what makes this story so unbearable. Not just the violence, but the failure. The number of times this could have ended differently. The number of people who had the power to stop it and didn't. The fact that the victim did everything right that he possibly could in his condition and still died. He escaped. He found people who cared enough to call for help. Help arrived, and help handed him back to his killer. The women who tried to intervene were dismissed. Their concerns were brushed aside. Their instincts were ignored. The officers later admitted they didn't want to deal with what they thought was a domestic dispute. That decision cost a child his life. This wasn't a case of no one knowing what was happening. This was a case of people choosing not to look too closely, choosing convenience over responsibility, and choosing to believe a calm adult man over a terrified, injured child. When people talk about Dahmer, they often focus on him as a monster, as something separate from society. But stories like this show that monsters don't act alone. They rely on systems that fail. They rely on authority figures who don't ask questions. They rely on assumptions, biases, and indifference. The most haunting part isn't just that the boy was murdered. It's that he almost lived. He was minutes away from safety. He was surrounded by people who sensed danger. He was in front of officers whose job was to protect him. And all of that slipped away because no one took the time to truly see him as a human being in crisis. That's the part that stays with you. Not just the cruelty of one man, but the knowledge that sometimes survival depends on strangers caring enough to stop, listen, and act. And when they don't, the consequences are irreversible. Imagine being that child, hurt beyond words, finding the courage to escape, believing for just a moment that you were saved, and then realizing you weren't. That is a horror no story needs to exaggerate. The man's name was Anatoly Moskvin. On the surface, there was nothing about him that suggested horror. He lived an ordinary life in Russia, sharing an apartment with his parents. He was known as an intelligent, educated man, deeply interested in history, linguistics, and folklore. To the outside world, he appeared harmless, even eccentric in a scholarly way. No one suspected that behind closed doors, something deeply wrong was happening. Over the course of many years, Moskvin exhumed the bodies of young girls, ranging in age from 3 to 15. He didn't do this once or twice. He did it repeatedly. When authorities finally discovered what he had been doing, they found 26 bodies inside his apartment. Investigators later believed the true number of graves he had desecrated could be far higher, possibly as many as 150. What makes the story even harder to process is how he managed to hide this for so long. Moskvin didn't leave the bodies in an obviously recognizable state. He mummified them using crude methods and dressed them in clothing. He positioned them sitting upright around his home. To anyone who might have glanced at them without looking closely, they appeared to be homemade dolls or mannequins. This is how he managed to live with his parents for over a decade without them realizing what he was keeping in their shared living space. As the collection grew, it still didn't raise suspicion. His parents believed they were harmless creations, odd decorations made by a strange but non-violent son. Inside his own mind, Moskvin believed he was doing something meaningful. He talked to the mummified bodies. He dressed them carefully. He sang songs to them. He played with them. He held birthday parties for them. These weren't isolated actions or moments of confusion. This was a sustained, long-term fantasy that became his reality. The apartment wasn't just a place where he stored bodies. To him, it was a home filled with children who needed him. When questioned, Moskvin admitted that he knew what he was doing was illegal. He understood that society would see it as a crime, but he insisted that he wasn't acting out of malice. He claimed the children called out to him, begging to be saved. According to him, when he read an obituary of a child that spoke to him in this way, he would go to her grave and sleep on it for a night. He believed that if the child wanted to be saved, she would communicate that desire to him. He said he never exhumed a body without receiving permission from the child herself. In his mind, he wasn't stealing bodies, he was rescuing them. This is where the tragedy of the story becomes even more complicated. Moskvin was later diagnosed with schizophrenia. His beliefs, his rituals, and his sense of communication with the dead were rooted in severe mental illness. The voices he heard, the permissions he believed he received, the sense of purpose he felt, all came from a reality that existed only in his mind. That doesn't lessen the horror of what he did, but it does explain how someone could maintain such a double life for so long. He wasn't constantly hiding in fear of being caught. He believed he was doing something necessary, something compassionate, something the children wanted. For years, families mourned their daughters, believing they were resting in peace. Meanwhile, their remains were sitting in an apartment, dressed and arranged like dolls, part of a fantasy that no one else could see. The thought of that alone is enough to make the story unbearable. What's especially unsettling is how close this all was to normal life. This wasn't a remote cabin or an isolated compound. It was an apartment building. Neighbors lived nearby. Parents slept under the same roof. The world continued as usual while something profoundly wrong existed quietly in the background. When the truth finally came out, it shocked not just the community but the world. People struggled to understand how something like this could go unnoticed for so long, how parents could live alongside it, how intelligence and education could coexist with such extreme delusion, how many warning signs might have been missed along the way. This story isn't frightening in the way ghost stories are. There's no jump scare, no mystery to solve. It's frightening because it exposes how fragile the human mind can be and how easily reality can fracture when mental illness goes untreated. It shows how horror doesn't always come from hatred or cruelty, but sometimes from a twisted version of care and belief. Moskvin believed he was saving children who had been abandoned by the world. In reality, he was violating them and prolonging their family's pain in the worst possible way. That gap between intention and reality is what makes the story so disturbing. It's also a reminder that monsters don't always look like monsters. Sometimes they look like quiet men living with their parents, reading books, going about their days while carrying an inner world no one else can see. And sometimes that inner world is where the real horror lives. That Moskvin case is one of those stories that it doesn't leave you. The fact that his parents lived in the same apartment with 26 mummified bodies for years and had no idea. That's the part that gets me. Which story from today messed with your head the most? Drop the number below. I genuinely want to know which one's going to stick with you. Was it the cabin, the meth lab neighbor, the swimming hole? Let me know. If tonight's story stayed with you, leave a like. Subscribe if you're drawn to the quiet kind of horror, the kind that doesn't need to shout. Some things don't chase you, they just wait. This is LURK. I'll see you next time.